Good morning, everybody. The Indian way of Namaste. We start our second day of the leadership program. So I'll just quickly share the screen. So welcome all. We have a great day to go. So this is the International Council of Ophthalmology, which has launched the World Ophthalmology Leaders Program yesterday. The Leadership Beyond Borders in Ophthalmology in collaboration with All India Ophthalmological Society. And today is Sunday, 9 o'clock Indian time. And we have with me Professor Rawa Hussain, whom she will be co-chairing with me, and Dr. Ashiana will help me, and Dr. Namrata will join us anytime. So I have the privilege of introducing Jeff Tabin. So he is a Fairweather Foundation Endowed Chair and Professor of Ophthalmology and Global Medicine at Stanford University. He specializes in cornea, cataract, and refractive surgery. And Dr. Tabin graduated from Yale College and earned an MA in philosophy at Oxford as Master's Scholar, followed by an MD from Harvard Medical School. And Dr. Tabin is committed to providing quality ophthalmic care and education to all the patients he serves. He has traveled the world extensively, conducting sight-restoring surgery and training local doctors. In 2009, Dr. Tabin was named as the unsung hero by the Dalai Lama for his dedication to eradicating and implementing a model for sustaining sustainable ophthalmic care in the developing world. An avid mountaineer, Dr. Tabin was the fourth person in the world to climb the 7 summits, the highest point of all 7 continents. And none other than Jeff, whom we have, and I'm happy that we're able to share the same stage on the Zoom, and we have Jeff, you, all yours. You have to unmute, Jeff. You have to unmute. Yes. I'm happy that we're able to share the same stage on the Zoom, and we have Jeff, you, all yours. You have to unmute, Jeff.
Thank you so much. It's what a great.
You have to unmute. Yes.
I should be unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you. It's such a great pleasure and honor to be part of the program. And hello to everyone at the the Indian Ophthalmology Society and around the world. In the next about 20 minutes, I'm going to talk a little bit about how I came to do what I do. I've been so privileged to have my role as an ophthalmologist and working to overcome needless blindness. And I have, a nice university position now. I have an endowed chair at Stanford for global medicine and ophthalmology. I have, a nice university position now. I have an endowed. I'm getting an echo. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yeah. I think. Rahul and Raman.
Yes, sir. Yeah, tell me, sir.
No. Your live stream is coming in this video, so somebody should mute from your side. No. Your live stream is.
I think that anyone is seeing the live streaming also.
No. Somebody is doing the live stream.
Is seeing the live stream. Sir, who is Gio? Who is Gio? सर जियो सर है ना लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग भी देख रहे हैं सर उन्होंने अपने लैपटॉप में लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग भी देखी हुई है सर जियो सर है ना लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग भी देख रहे हैं सर जियो फ्री जो है ना जिन्होंने अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर की हुई है
आई थिंक यू पुट इट ऑन लाइव दैट्स व्हाई वी आर एबल टू हियर योर
जिन्होंने अपनी
आई थिंक यू पुट इट ऑन लाइव दैट्स व्हाई वी आर एबल टू हियर योर
सर उनको बोलिए कि वो म्यूट कर दें वो वाला जो अपना लाइव देख रहे हैं ना वो देख रहे हैं सर वो लाइव भी देख रहे हैं किसी टीवी या किसी भी चीज में
Maybe if everyone could mute but myself.
देख रहे हैं ना वो देख रहे हैं सर वो लाइव भी देख रहे हैं किसी टीवी या किसी भी
Rahul, can you mute everybody except the speaker?
Yeah, I will mute Geoffrey sir. Wait. Yeah, now.
Okay. Jeff, can you talk? Can you? Ashana?
Yes, so Professor, we'll just ask Professor to mute himself, and then Dr. Tabin will unmute himself, and I think then we'll be all set.
So
Professor?
Jeffrey is who's I think
Yeah, Professor Natarajan, can you mute yourself?
yes, I
Put
can do.
yourself on mute, and Dr. Tabin, over to you. Yes, you just need to unmute yourself. Oh, okay. Okay. So, friends, if we can have Rahul, please unmute Dr. Tabin. Oh, okay. Okay. So, friends, if we can have Rahul, please unmute Dr. Tabin.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Okay. So, friends, if we
Yeah.
Good,
Yes.
good morning, India. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay.
you're right. You're okay.
Okay, so this is Mount Everest. It's the highest mountain in the world, 29,028 feet above sea level. It's a three-sided pyramid on the border between China or Tibet and Nepal. And the mountain between China or Tibet and Nepal. I'm still hearing a complete echo on myself. And the mountain in China, I'm still hearing a complete echo on myself.
Geoffrey, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, request to please close the live streaming, or if you are using the 2 Zoom, then please stop one. Request to please close the live streaming, or if you are using. I think that you are seeing yourself in live streaming also in YouTube or Facebook, in anything else. So please close other apps if you are using in another system and all that. YouTube or Facebook and anything else.
I'm bringing in my tech support.
Hello.
I'm bringing in my tech support.
Yeah, please close other thing. Yeah, fine, great. Yeah, close this thing. Yeah, right.
Okay, we're good now.
Yeah,
You're
fine.
good.
Yeah, fine, great, fine.
Is it better now?
Yes, sir, fine.
Okay, so anyways, Mount Everest is a three-sided pyramid on the border of Nepal and Tibet. And it's, when you look at a topographic map, it's kind of looking at corneal topography. The closer together the lines are, the steeper the face. And you can see that this right-hand side of the image, you can see how steep that is. And that's the eastern side of Mount Everest. And when the British explored the mountain with an eye to climb it, they looked at the eastern side and felt it was absolutely impossible. If you read the text on the left, they said that other men, less wise, might attempt this way if they would, but emphatically it was not for us. They went around to the north, which is the easiest way up Mount Everest, following this right-hand skyline ridge. And Mallory, along with an Oxford undergraduate named named Andrew Irvine, disappeared at about in the clouds above the last difficult obstacle before the summit. And sort of has always been a mystery whether Mallory and Irvine made the summit or not. But if you climb, it's kind of a moot point because getting to the top is optional and getting down is mandatory. They didn't get down. So the first up and down ascent of Mount Everest took place in May 31st, 1953, along that right-hand skyline ridge by Sir Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay Sherpa. And that's sort of become the kind of standard classic route on Mount Everest. And by the early 1980s, virtually everything on 2/3 of the mountain had been climbed. The Chinese, led by Wang Fu Chao, climbed that North Ridge in 1960. The Americans had the first ascent by Americans in 1963 up the West Ridge. The mountain was climbed during the winter. It was climbed during the monsoon. It was climbed without supplemental oxygen, first by Reinhold Messner and Peter Habler. But by 1983, no outsider had looked at that eastern side of Everest. Now me, I was just a kid who liked to climb. I started rock climbing as a teenager. I became fairly fanatical about it during my university years. But the idea of going to a mountain like Mount Everest was so far beyond anything I ever thought I would do. You know, that was the realm of these super people who I read about in books. I just like rock climbing. I graduated to climbing in the winter on frozen rock faces and climbing ice and frozen waterfalls. And my only big goals were kind of the big walls of America, the El Capitan in Yosemite. And that was really as far as I wanted to push my climbing in those days, or thought I would. I applied to go to medical school, and I'd done a little bit of sort of mountaineering and sort of classic climbs in some of our mountains in America and in the Canadian Rockies. But then I got a scholarship to go to Oxford University for 2 years, as you heard, a Marshall Scholarship at Oxford, where I earned a master's degree in philosophy. But I was also able to step back and think about what I wanted to do with my medical career. And I began looking at the moral imperative behind healthcare delivery and the disparity between the haves and the have-nots in the world, and access and quality of care between the very poor countries and what we had in America. But also when I was at Oxford, Oxford is an 8-week term, then a 6-week break, then an 8-week term, then a 6-week break, then an 8-week term, and then a 3-month long vacation. And my scholarship was paying for 2 full years. So I more or less had 2 years of paid climbing holiday based in Europe, in England. And I began doing a lot of climbing around the rock cliffs of England, but also began going to the Alps and climbing the sort of classic routes on the big mountains of the Alps. This is the Matterhorn. And what was more, I found out that there were these indigenous trust funds that were remnants of the days of English exploration. And they gave money to Oxford students to go abroad to do things. And one in particular was called the A.C. Irvine Grant for Oxford students to enjoy strenuous holiday in mountains abroad. And that was given in memory of Andy Irvine, who died with malady on Everest in 1924. And it turned out the more exotic of a locale you chose, the more cash money they gave you. And so my partner and I were kind of inspired, and we first went to Africa. We had some great experiences climbing some of the big walls on Mount Kenya. We did a little bit of high altitude climbing. We came back, we were so excited. We came, we got a grant to go climb this big unclimbed wall in the middle of the jungle of New Guinea. It's in Irian Jaya in New Guinea, and it's about a 3,000 foot rock wall. We couldn't get permission to go in legally. We had our grant from the Oxford Exploration Society, the A.C. Irvine grant, and also an American Alpine Club Young Mountaineers grant. And it was just a crazy trip. We couldn't get the permits. We flew into this village with people who were still more or less living in the Stone Age. We didn't have any words in common. We tried to figure out how we could get some of these natives to help us go to the mountain. We had 10 bags of salt, 10 bags of sugar, and 10 steel machetes and 10 steel axe heads. We wanted to trade for 10 of the natives to come with us to the mountains. And unfortunately, we had a very difficult time communicating. There was an anthropologic expedition that had gone into this region about 80 miles away, and they had a word list. But unfortunately, not a single word resonated at all, because the geography is such that people 80 miles away had completely different language. And so I was getting kind of frustrated, and I kind of was trying to draw some pictures to show the where we wanted to go and what we wanted to do. And we were taking the village chief or the Chalmat, and I was drawing the pictures, and This one man got very excited. I thought, great, we've got the great artist of the village. He'll be communicating with us through sort of drawing pictures, and he wanted my pen. He got very agitated, so I gave him my pen, but those discussions kind of broke down. And eventually we sort of thought we knew what we were doing. And it was this incredible trip. We went 12 days through the jungle with Stone Age natives who lived so comfortably. And we were these supposed, adventurers with sponsorship and the latest in Gore-Tex and fiber pile. And we were always too cold, too hot, too wet. And the Dani were naked and always comfortable. They built these incredible houses. In the time it took us to put up our interlocking tents, they'd take pandanus leaves and break off the little tip of a needle and have an organic needle and thread. And they'd make these ponchos and waterproof coverings for the roofs, and were amazing with fire. And it was just kind of a wild, crazy trip from start to finish. And we did end up getting to the mountains. We ended up climbing new routes on all 5 of the highest peaks in the range. We climbed both of these rock faces you can see, and we climbed first ascent of the north face of Karsten's Pyramid. And it was a great trip. And I came back, and unfortunately, because we didn't have a permit, we were arrested by the Indonesian government and incarcerated for a little while in Indonesian prisons. And I ended up matriculating about 10 days late to go to Harvard Medical School for my first year. And in the midst of my first year at Harvard Medical School, I wrote up the story of our climbs in New Guinea and also our trips in Africa. And I got asked to speak at the American Alpine Club annual meeting that year. And it's sort of like getting to speak at the All India Ophthalmology Society. And I, told the stories. And it wasn't so much the climbing, but it was just such a crazy adventure trip. And then they told me that there was an American team that had gotten sponsorship from National Geographic and ABC Television Sports in America to go to the last unclimbed face on Mount Everest. And they were looking for a younger member. They were looking for a little bit of geographic distribution. I ended up climbing with one of my climbing heroes, but we climbed at my local area where you can kind of seem like you're a bit of a better climber than you are. And the next thing I know, I'm invited to go to the last unclimbed face on Mount Everest to try and make the first ascent of the east face of Mount Everest. And I got so excited, I kind of went, wahoo! And all of my climbing friends all got excited, and they all went, wahoo! But I applied for a leave of absence from medical school to go to Mount Everest. And it was one of those sort of serendipitous things. One of the sort of take-home messages is, one, being a mentor, and 2, finding really great mentors. And I got a phone call from a professor who said, hello, is this Jeff Tabin? I said, yes. And he said, you're an idiot. And I said, excuse me? He said, you're a complete moron. And I said, who is this? He said, well, my name is Dr. Mike Weidman, and I'm on the committee looking at leaves of absence for Harvard Medical School. And there's no chance, none, zero, less than that, young man, you would ever get a leave of absence to go climbing. But anybody with half the intelligence to get into the school should know that if you apply to do research, Harvard Medical School will give you research funding. So this is the face that we were going to on Mount Everest. And instead of applying for a leave of absence, he suggested that we do research. He was an ophthalmologist interested in the effects of high altitude on the retinal vasculature. And in specific, could we look at high altitude retinal hemorrhaging as a prognosticator of high altitude cerebral edema? And so I put in my research application, and this was my research team, and this was my lab. And basically my research consisted of a fundus photograph of everyone before the expedition, 2 times during the expedition and after the expedition, and 3 months credit at Harvard Medical School. And now, you look at it, how do you take on a huge challenge? Up until then, I was always guidebook doing a little bit of a harder climb, but to go where no one's ever gone and take on a challenge like climbing Mount Everest by a new route. It's really just focusing on every moment and doing everything as well as you can at every stage. And it was really phenomenal for me. I was the youngest on the team, and I really had some great mentorship from the older climbers. We had about 1,500 feet of fairly straightforward rock climbing, which then led to this unconsolidated snow ridge, which we had to follow. We had no native support on the mountain whatsoever. There were no Sherpas, no assistance. So everything we carried, we had to carry up ourselves. And we went along that snow ridge to our one comfortable camp on the mountain. And then we had about a 2,000 foot, almost a half vertical mile of, about 800 meters of overhanging rock climbing. And climbing at this difficulty had never been done on a peak the scale of Everest. And we had this incredibly wonderful team that not only were kind of focusing on every little step of the way, but we had this belief in a teamwork of everyone working together and believing and trusting in each other. And we moved up. This is now at about 25,000 feet. This is Makalu, the world's 5th highest mountain in the background. And far back you see Kanchenjunga, the world's 3rd highest mountain. And we had just a very short break of about 1.5 days of good weather. This is my teammate Lou Reichard on the summit. And 6 of my teammates made the summit on this trip. And it was really just an amazing interpersonal trip and a great trip for me in all ways, although I didn't make the summit in 1983. But I also did get a chance to look at hospitals and being in medical school and see the disparity in healthcare. And I came back to Harvard Medical School with a renewed purpose that I wanted to really do something in global health and global medicine. But I also had not a chance to go to the summit because of a storm. But in addition, I'd been working so hard every day with no rest, and I wasn't as strong as several of my teammates. And it was kind of something in the back of my mind of what would have happened had this weather remained good for one more day. Would I have been able to make the top? So I came back, I finished medical school, I did an internship, and a year of surgical residency, a year of orthopedic surgery residency. And I was kind of still looking around for what to do in medicine. My old professor, Mike Weidman, who had done the research project with me, we actually did a couple of papers on high altitude retinopathy. We presented at the American Academy of Ophthalmology. We had an article published in the journal Ophthalmology. And I was kind of wavering on what to do when I got invited to go back as a team doctor in 1988 to go with the team that was funded to get the first American woman to the top of Mount Everest, now following the more standard route up the east side. We had 4 very strong American women, we had 7 American men, and a whole team of native support. We walked in during the monsoon, hoping for a little bit of a window of better weather after the monsoon. This was our base camp, up through the Khumbu icefall. It's quite easy climbing, but things kind of shift. So it's a very insecure and a bit of a dangerous place. And up through the western Khum, to the Lhotse face, to the saddle between Everest and Lhotse. And you see all these pictures now of the crowds and all of the people in lines on Everest, but we had no ropes above our high camp. We just climbed side by side, and it was still very pristine in the 1980s with no garbage on Mount Everest. And on September 29th, 1988, Stacey Allison became the first American woman to climb Mount Everest, along with Fudorji Sherpa and this pink plastic lawn flamingo to beautify the Himalayas. And then 2 days later, I went with Peggy Luce, Dawit Sering Sherpa, and Nimatashi Sherpa, a beautiful classic mountaineering ridge. And this is the view from the summit of Mount Everest, looking down on the peaks of Nepal. And now it's a picture of me on the summit of Everest in 1988. And one of those other great acts of serendipity was that after climbing Mount Everest, I ran into one of my heroes, Sir Edmund Hillary, who was the first to climb Mount Everest and has been really done amazing things in exploration and mountaineering, but also much more in terms of giving back to the local people, building schools, building hospitals. And he had just built a hospital in a little remote village called Faplu. And the New Zealand doctor who was working there took ill. And Sir Edmund Hillary asked me if I would fill in as the doctor in Faplu. And I spent 4 months working as a general doctor in the remote area of Nepal. And it was a bit frustrating. Most of the issues I was facing were really public health problems of clean water, lack of vaccines, lack of basic medicines, lack of basic nutrition. And I was just on the cusp of thinking I'd come back to America and apply to go to public health school, maybe do a doctorate in public health. And that would be the best way I could get involved, when I saw the miracle of cataract surgery. And a Dutch physician named Jan Kok came in and did a cataract program with intraocular lenses. And it was the craziest thing. You know, people in our village, it was just accepted. You get old, your hair turns white, your eye turns white, and then you die. And no one had ever heard of anyone who had been cured of blindness. And all of a sudden, you know, there are 20 people who are depressed, sitting in corners, shriveled up, waiting to die. All of a sudden, they're restored to life. And in Nepal, a name for a blind person is a mouth with no hands. And when you're in a subsistence agrarian economy, a mouth with no hands is such a burden. And it was just incredible to see the transformation, not of the individuals, but also the whole families and the whole community. And I went back to Kathmandu, and I found that there was no one at that time doing modern cataract surgery with a lens implant in the entire nation of Nepal. And that there was a backlog of about 250,000 people blind from cataracts, around 50,000 new people going blind a year. And this sort of spark hit me. Wow, this is a place where I should be working. And this is, I got so excited, so inspired. I called my old professor, Dr. Weidman, and I said, you were right, I should have gone into ophthalmology. And he said, well, I just heard there's a position open out of the match at Brown University. And if you quit to go climbing again, I'll track you down and kill you. But if you'll take the job, I think I can get it for you. So I went and I trained as an ophthalmologist at Brown University in the States. And then the next thing has been, how do you transition from that to taking on the next challenge? And at that point, my idea, I mean, again, like climbing Mount Everest, it starts with 1 foot, 1 step, and then having sort of those right mentors. And same thing with global blindness. It's so overwhelming. There's currently 36 million people on our planet who are blind. There's 18 million who are blind from cataracts. And so how do we even begin? It's sort of this daunting task of this huge face going to the top of Mount Everest. But it starts with 1 step, 1 patient at a time. And again, having the right mentor. Left, he's a past president of the ICO, I did a cornea and anterior segment and refractive fellowship in Australia under Hugh Taylor. Next to him is Fred Hollows, who at that time in the 1980s was the one big figure in global ophthalmology who was really advocating we really need to teach local people to do the work. And then next to him is Sanduk Ruit, who is my elder brother, guide, and the real genius behind anything I've been able to accomplish. And I was so lucky to have those 3 as mentors. I came to Australia, and they sent me to Nepal to work with Dr. Ruit. And when I was looking around and seeing there was no one doing modern cataract surgery with a lens implant in Nepal, that was because Rui was in his final year of fellowship in Australia. And he had grown up in a small little hill village, 4 days walk from the nearest road, running water, no electricity, and no schools in far northeastern Nepal. And at the age of 8, he got into a very bad fire from a cooking fire, and his dad carried him to a monastery where the monks said some prayers and put some sort of local balms on. And after a few weeks at the monastery, the reincarnate monk said to his dad, "This boy's exceptional, he needs to get an education." So his father walked him at age 9 for 11 days to Darjeeling, India. And in Darjeeling, India, he was enrolled at a Jesuit school that was taught in English. And he spoke not a word of Hindi and not a word of English. But he did well enough that 7 years later, he had a full scholarship to King George Medical College in Lucknow. He then did his ophthalmology at the All India Institute in Delhi, did a fellowship at Aravind, was back in Nepal for a year when he was noticed by Dr. Koch, the same Dutch doctor who I watched doing cataract surgery in our village. And he went to first to the Netherlands to retrain in microsurgery, and then Fred Hollows brought him to Australia for a 2-year fellowship. And he began looking at how do we bring the absolute best standard of Western care back to Nepal at a cost that's affordable. And I went to work with him. We went on an outreach cataract program while I was a fellow, and it was incredible. We were sort of walked in, instead of having Sherpa teammates, this time we have in Nepal at the time, all of the surgeons except for Dr. Ruit were doing intracapsular surgery with +10 lenses. So this is a woman with aphakic lenses who's almost blind, leading her blind sister. We just looked for absolute cataracts and a good pupillary response. Dr. Ruit already started a program of using huge amounts of betadine and extra antibiotics, bringing the infection rate down. And for 3 days, we operated side by side on these absolute cataracts, and we did 224 cataract surgeries in 3 days on my first foray with Dr. Ruit. It sounds semi-impressive that 2 doctors did 224 surgeries in 3 days. They're still sutures. These are sutured extracapsular surgeries. It sounds semi-impressive until you get the breakdown that Dr. Ruit did 201 while I did 23. And what's more, I had to call him over to my table probably 8 times to help me with the cases. So I had, we were already in the phaco sutured extra caps. The other big advance was they just started a low-cost intraocular lens factory in Kathmandu, which was one of the really critical things. The 2 early low-cost intraocular lens factories were at Aravind, and a year before Aravind was at the Tilganga Eye Center in Kathmandu, funded by Australian charities. And Dr. Ruit was already able to bring the material cost of his surgery down to about $25. And then the joy was just absolutely infectious. It was just so crazy. The joy of the individual, their families. And I said, wow, Dr. Ruit, I want to stay and work with you. So I stayed in Nepal, learning how to operate on these cataracts. It was really an exciting and great time to be there. Michael Blumenthal came over and demonstrated his mini nuke technique. mostly into Tibet, and we've trained 32 ophthalmologists from Tibet in Nepal. And then moved also equally seamlessly into Bhutan. We began working in Bhutan in 1999. And we've developed a system of complete school screening, complete distribution of vitamin A to every child in the country, spectacles to everyone who needs it, basic health units in every village, and training the basic health workers. And it's been one of our most successful programs. And for me personally, unfortunately, I love working in Nepal so much, but unfortunately now they're all better cataract surgeons than me. I've trained 4 corneal specialists, and they're all better corneal surgeons than me. So I've been the last about 10 years really focusing on sub-Saharan Africa. And the amount of blindness is overwhelming. Unlike Nepal, where the majority of low vision and blindness comes from refractive error and cataracts, there's also a much larger incidence of infectious blindness. This is a child with trachoma, and also a much higher incidence of glaucoma, also more retinal disease. But there's also a lot of cataracts in Africa. When you look where there's blindness in the world, you can see that Africa is this big, bloated continent. When you look at where ophthalmologists are distributed, you see Africa is a little shriveled continent. And for primary health workers, ophthalmic nurses, ophthalmic technicians, it's even worse than the number of doctors. So I began working initially, one of my other heroes and mentors is Alan Crandall at the University of Utah, and I took a faculty job at Utah. We began working together in Ghana, training local Ghanaian ophthalmologists and technicians. And the whole emphasis really on education. And now later in my career, I feel very privileged to be able to mentor some really phenomenal young ophthalmologists. And I see that as my role and my role for the next several years. This is the first corneal transplant performed by a Rwandan ophthalmologist by one of my proteges, John Nikarikiye from Rwanda. And this is Seth Larte, who's one of our leaders in ophthalmology in Ghana. And I still, it's been 25 years I've been working in global ophthalmology, and I still get such a thrill on post-op day 1 and just the joy of restoring sight to someone who's totally blind. There's one day's post-op in Tibet. And if you go to the World Health Organization in Geneva, there's only one statue, and that's of an African man being led by his child with a stick. And, and Ethiopia still has about 600,000 people bilaterally blind from cataracts. And, and 25 years on, I still get more excited every day about what we're doing. And I think blindness really is one of the low-hanging fruits of global health. And one of the exciting things is that while we're working, each person is no longer a statistic. Each person we cure of blindness is cured 100%. And it's so exciting for me to be part of this field, and I'm so excited to be speaking to you all and working together. The elimination of avoidable blindness is really a goal and something we can do, and just one step at a time. And thanks so much, and I think I'll be happy to take questions if anyone would like to.
Standing ovation to you, Jeff, and And we don't have an audience here in the sense in front of you, but I think thousands are watching you. And you can hear me? Yeah?
Yeah, I hear you.
So thank you so much. And I think I don't have words to thank. I have a hair-raising experience listening to you. But I worked as a volunteer, as a school kid, watching Dr. Venkateswamy operating, and my father and my grandfather. So I see the lines, and I can see the things. And I also saw you with Hugh, and Sanduk is a great friend. He studied with in All India Institute, Dr. Namrata as our secretary. Yeah. So I'm without words. I know we are a few little technical glitch, and maybe with your little few minutes delay, we want to have some question answer, because I want Jeff to inspire. He's already inspired me and Ashiana, and I think Professor Ava, we can start the discussions, Ashiana and Ava. So we have two women to question you, Jeff.
Absolutely. So we are so honored to have you, Jeff. So a little background, Dr. Tabin was one of my medical student mentors. When I was a medical student is when I met him. And I would say in the world over, in terms of global ophthalmology, we can safely call him the father of global ophthalmology. And yes. So he has inspired many of us, those here on the panel, of course, but world over. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for making an impact in our lives. So we have a few questions for you to make it fun, a rapid fire. Question number 1. Dr. Tabin, what was the funniest moment you have ever had? The funniest moment you have ever had in ophthalmology?
There's so many. One I just comes to mind, it was fairly recent, was about 2 years ago. I was in Ethiopia, and there was a man who had gone blind, and he was blind for 12 years. He was a widower, and he was starving in the streets, and a woman began to help him. And after 3 years, she was taking care of him all the time. He had been blind, and he married her, and she took care of him, and she brought him to our outlying cataract camp, and he had 2 absolute black cataracts, light perception in both eyes. And I did his surgery, and the next morning when the patches came off, he looked at his wife and he said, "No, this could not be my wife. I would never marry someone this ugly." And it was family conflicts. And it was just absolutely crazy. The woman began crying, and everyone was saying, "But she's taken such care of you." And
but I think it was a circulating jokes in the ophthalmology circles in India is that the wife, every time the old man gets operated and he says, "This is not my wife." So I think it's the real story. So I have a question for you, Jeff.
There's so many things of joy, people, just so, I still get such a kick in our high volume programs in Ethiopia. We'll often do 300 surgeries in a day. And just seeing the joy.
I have a question, Jeff. So where you ever had a fear that, when you're climbing the 7 peaks, have any moment where you thought you'll die?
Too many. And actually, more importantly, I've had too many friends who are much stronger, much fitter, much smarter, and much more cautious than me who have died. I've had a couple of times when there have been avalanches that had they been 1% bigger, or had I been 200 feet higher. I've had some rock fall incidents, and things that are really kind of out of your control. I was caught in a snow cave in a storm for 5 days at 20,000 feet in Nepal on a 21,000 foot mountain. And we ran out of food, we ran out of water, and we were just sort of watching the conditions, and had the storm remained for 1 more day. Now, normally when you're sort of climbing, the difficulty, it's sort feels like when you're doing difficult surgery. Rock climbing and surgery are fairly similar, and you're kind of focusing on the moment and doing the best you can at the moment. And you can't be a good surgeon and paralyzed by fear. And similarly, when you're rock climbing, you can't be paralyzed by fear. But the things that are really scary are the things that are out of your control and when you have time to think about it. So things
What do you
like,
do? What's your advice to the young people? I mean, many times, anyway, I have conquered the fear, but I think many, 90% are not like you. And everybody is there for
but you
something.
need to develop the skills and the confidence. You need to spend the time in the wet lab. You need to really practice your skills. You need to become the best surgeon you can be. And you need to do thousands of routine cataracts until you become really smooth, really comfortable. And it's the same thing with rock climbing. You know, you focus and you train, and you train your body to do the maneuvers. And so when you're actually things within your limit, the thing that gets hard is when things get out of your control. Like in a surgery, if you start to have an explosive hemorrhage during a corneal transplant, that's gets out of your control and gets scary. But the big thing in climbing is when you actually have time to think about it, because while you're actually doing the climbing, I stay so focused in the moment of just the next step and the next hold.
Great.
Jeff,
Dr. Namrata,
I have a
Dr.
question.
Namrata?
I know Jeff since his fellowship days. Hi, Jeff. How are you? Because
Nice to
Jeff and Dr. Vajpayee were co-fellows, Dr. Rasik Vajpayee. So I know him since that time, and he's done book chapters for us at that time, and has been doing it even now. And Jeff, I wanted to understand one thing, that you became an ophthalmologist, and you are into ophthalmology with great passion. When did this Himalayas thing, and how did it strike you? And were you athletic right from the very beginning, or did this come to you, just offhand, or was it when you were a child you thought you would do it, or how did it occur to you?
Certainly the Himalayas, as I said in my talk, I never thought I would do. I was always very athletic, and I began skiing and going to the mountains and hiking with my dad when I was a very small child. And I began rock climbing when I was a young teenager. I became very fanatic in university, but I never thought it would go very far. And it was really just kind of that serendipity of going to Oxford. And my partner and I weren't really the best two American climbers in young American climbers in 1980, but we were the only ones getting funded to go to remote areas. And I was just so lucky to get invited during my first year of medical school to go to Everest. And then we're having just incredible mentors in the climbing world. And it was nice, and it sort of brought my interest towards Nepal, and then became kind of full circle when I met Dr. Sandak Ruit, and through my fellowship, I was able to move into ophthalmology. And since I began my ophthalmology training, my focus has really been world blindness rather than climbing. But I still go out and enjoy the mountains on the weekends.
Yeah.
I think the great answer, because
I would like to
the youngsters have. Yes, madam. Yeah.
thank you, Jeffy's amazing presentation. I have a question. What is your feelings when you achieved the goal? That is, you were in the top of the Everest. At that time, what is your feeling?
My feeling wasn't that much. You need to get down, and it really wasn't that different from lots of other mountains I've been on. It's sort of the whole joy of the experience. And, Everest is kind of a nice name, and it's been kind of a nice thing to be able to bring into a talk. But it really is, I just love climbing. And it was one of many climbs. And actually, on the day I went to the summit of Everest, it was really a more or less it wasn't one of the maybe 100 most challenging days I've had in the mountains. And it was really, you get to the top and it's wonderful, but then you have to get down. And I get a lot more long-lasting joy out of what I've been doing in ophthalmology. And as I was talking about mentors and mentees, I'm so grateful to my mentors, both in climbing and in ophthalmology. And I get such joy out of watching what the people who I've been working with and the trainees and seeing what they're doing. And it sort of gives me a much deeper feeling of satisfaction than climbing a mountain. But when I was in my 20s, it seemed very important to me to climb mountains.
Yeah.
But we also have another, actually, it's an interesting fact. There are only 2 ophthalmologists who have climbed Mount Everest. And the other ophthalmologist who's climbed Mount Everest is actually on this talk. She's a panelist tonight. It's Dr. Erin Lally from Aspen, Colorado.
She's there. Erin, you can say hello. Thank you, Erin, for joining us. But I think 2 great questions and 2 great answers for the young people. One is, as Namrata asked, I think the opportunity strikes everybody, but 99% don't recognize it. And I think your climbing was your...
I think if I can cut in, one thing that's really important is for the young people is to take advantage of those opportunities.
Yeah, that's right.
When
When
I was applying to leave Harvard Medical School to go climbing, I was told no. But then to think outside the box, well, if you apply for research, you can do what you want to do and still do it, and figure out how you can do what you want to do within the confines of the restrictions of society. And then I think that's a really important thing, is to really think about what do you really want to do. And same thing with my career in global ophthalmology. I said I want to dedicate my career to trying to improve ophthalmology in the poor areas of the world. And people said, well, that's impossible. Who's going to fund you? Who's going to pay for it? And at all the early stages, I always traded more time to work doing what I wanted to do for less income. And people told me I was crazy, but everything worked out well. And then I went from University of Vermont to a professorship at the University of Utah to now I have an endowed chair that supports my international work at Stanford University. And that's, I think, because of a passion and focusing every bit of my effort on what I truly believe in.
Yeah, so I think the second question Professor Rao asked, and the lesson to all the youngsters is enjoy the path. Like you join a fellowship, you'll have struggle, your mentor may not like you, but do something. And I think the same thing as rock climbing. And even I was athletic. I think great lessons, Jeff. And I think that's why when I came from Madras to Bombay in the 80s, my father said, I have to do something. He was an eye doctor, and my grandfather, he said, I have to do something for the poor. So I'm happy India is doing a lot. And then we have unfortunately, the largest slum in the country. That's Dharavi, which was there in the slum movie. And I'm working there for the last 30 years. And we run a clinic. Even during COVID, we run an eye clinic. And I'm saying, and as you rightly said, who is going to, and India, Bombay is the, the highest income earner in the country. And we run the economy here. But still, we don't have money to do the surgeries there, but we are collecting. And I think thanks to spirituality, God gives us when your focus is with great lessons. Jeff, I think, I hope, and you can count on me, and I think all of us as a volunteer for your global ophthalmology, because I already announced yesterday to Sid, yesterday when he spoke about African Ophthalmology Council, that as a diabetic retinopathy screening is my dream as the president of All India. And I made a program called Stop Blindness, screening through teleophthalmology to prevent diabetic blindness. So my focus is India, South America, and Africa. And many people said, how can you do that? I think a few billion people. But I think I know I can take lessons from you from your cureblindness.org.
One step at
We
a
have a
time.
question. Dr. Sinha has a question.
Yes.
Dr. Jeffrey, nice presentation. I live about 50 miles south of Kathmandu in a place called Patna in Bihar, in India. And I have gone to Ghana many times with Professor Egbert, Peter Egbert. I was in Stanford in 2000. My question is about continental diversities. You said you took 2 months off and went for rock climbing, and you took 2 years off in between. But if you talk to a postgraduate or a young consultant in India, it would not be the same thing. It is unimaginable to take 2 months off or 2 years off for rock climbing. What kind of a message you would like to give to the youngsters? Because here every day is important in India. It's difficult to imagine that we would take a break for 2 months to go for rock climbing and things like that. So how would you inspire the youngsters here to do something different from ophthalmology that would actually help them in ophthalmology also?
Thanks for the question. And I'll see Peter Egbert virtually on Thursday at our grand round. So I'll pass on your regards. And we're trying to follow, I mean, there's so much to do in Ghana. I hope you can come back. But, you know, for me, it was very fortuitous because it was before, you know, I had that break after I graduated from university. I'd already been accepted to medical school, and I had the scholarship to go to Oxford. And that was really kind of life-changing for me because it really steered me into global medicine. And I'm not sure what I would have done. I was actually thinking of orthopedic sports medicine before I had the opportunity to go to Oxford. And then the, you know, work in Nepal and seeing the need for help with blindness really kind of changed my career course. In terms of the young people in India, you know, it's so competitive and so difficult. I think the key point is maximizing every moment. And, you know, right now, I mean, I really love ophthalmology. I just love what I'm doing in the moment. I still love doing surgery. I love spending time with patients. And when I was younger, I was fortunate to be able to have the time and be in the position where I loved climbing. And I think as long as you're focusing on what you love and your passions and really putting everything you have into whatever you're doing at the moment. I used to always say that, you know, even when I was, you know, because I loved what I was doing so much, if you define whatever you're doing at the time as fun, you're having more fun than anyone else, even if you're in the worst, most time-consuming training. And I think to appreciate every moment. I'm not sure that that's a very good answer because everybody's in a different circumstance. You know, I look at, you know, my privilege. Both of my parents were university professors. I grew up on a university campus, and education was something that was provided to me. And I look at someone like Sandak Ruit, who grew up in an absolute destitute village with no amenities, no running water, no electricity, and yet he became an ophthalmologist.
Yeah.
And I think
wonderful, Jeff. I think the answer is great. I think the answer to Satyajit is whole to a grinding halt for the residents in India too. And we had a session with the young ophthalmologist about 3 weeks back, I think. And I told all the residents who are in the first year, second year, and third year, and also the people who have completed, I said that nothing is lost. And I said, I told everybody to listen to the convocation address by the Google Sundar Pichai, saying that in 1919, during the pandemic of Spanish flu, there was a graduation ceremony. And then 9/11, there was a graduation ceremony. And same thing during this COVID. So I think we have, all of us have a break during this COVID, and even the residents in India, whatever may be the background. I think as you rightly said, we in India are not used to this, taking a time off from the whatever profession we are taking, not only medicine, ophthalmology, or engineering. I think people are all in a rush. They want to finish the school, the college, and then go to the professional course and then do something. And all the time, somehow it's a rat race they get into the materialistic world. And I think it's a great talk, Jeff, and we don't have words to thank you. And thanks to Ashana saying, I think you brought energy to all of us. And I know we can talk there continuously, but thanks for joining. And we hope you can contribute to the following talks if you have time. I know it's going to be late night for you. And we'll go to the next speaker who's waiting and a little delayed. Thank you, Jeff. And I think the ICO and the AOS and all of an APO, we all salute you for your wonderful work and for your service to Himalayas and now to Africa. Thank you.
Thank you
Ashana,
very
you want
much.
to say something? Ashana, you want to say something?
Dr. Tabin, it's been a real honor, a real honor. So let's finish off with 2 rapid fire questions. First question, in 1 word, how do you describe Dr. Rui? And number 2 and final question, in 1 word, how do you describe your journey, your life's journey?
Dr. Rui, brilliant. And my life journey, fortunate.
Great.
I think that we can't even say words after that because that just brings tears. Dr. Tabin, thank you so much. It's been a true honor. You are really an inspiration for all of us. And for all those viewers out there, don't forget the principles that you just learned of trusting your team, of feeling grateful, of walking faith and following your passion. Thank you, Dr. Tabin, for teaching us.
Thank you, Ashana, and thank you, Jeff. And we go to the next topic, which is, I'll just share my screen again. So we have Mimi Donaldson, a speech coach. We introduced her yesterday, but today again we have a different audience. A master's degree from Columbia University Teachers College, human resources specialist at Walt Disney Company, Northrop Aircraft, and Rockwell International, superstar in the speaking business, keynoting with celebrities for audiences of thousands. Mimi has created speeches for executives, celebrities, entrepreneurs, and sales staff. Mimi is an official speech coach for TED Talks and TEDx Talks. To date, she has coached 14 speakers to the TEDx stage and author of Pitch Perfect, Speak to Grow Your Business in 7 Simple Steps, Bless Your Stress, It Means You Are Still Alive, Necessary Roughness, New Rules for the Contact Sports of Life. And I hope, yesterday I didn't tell Mimi that I want to be the 15th speaker she will be training. And whoever wants to contact her, she's Mimi at mimidonaldson.com. And you can visit her website, mimidonaldson.com. And over to you, Mimi. And as I said, I wrote in the Zoom, and I want to tell the people that you are like a sunshine on a cloudy day. It's really in Mumbai, it's cloudy today. Over to
Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel like I'm in the mountains now. I'm so out there with you. And now I'm going to take you back into the small clinic environment. My topic is creating a positive clinic environment. And this was the most important I learned when I spoke. I was training nurses at a very big hospital here in Los Angeles. And the registered nurses were giving tasks to the junior nurses, and yet there was some resentment. And in the Los Angeles Times, there was an article of the research that showed when nurses were arguing and gossiping above the patient's head, and the patient was on machines, even in comas, the vital sign machines went crazy, negative effects. And they brought in me who had been a trainer of managers at Northrop and Rockwell and Disney, to hopefully build team and create that positive hospital environment for these nurses. How important that was, because they had the statistics to back it up. That gossip not only kills organizations, gossip can harm your patients. And so I always have steps. I'm a real process person. So I've made it into 5 steps. And the most important step in creating a positive environment is the leader needs to be clear about your expectations. Whether it's the doctor or your clinic manager, whoever it is, you need to be very clear about what you want. And it's not always easy to do. In fact, the research shows that leaders think they're way more clear than their employees think. And when surveyed, the employee says, no, I wasn't clear about what they wanted. And so, yes, you can say patient care is number 1. You can say, I want efficiency, but you have to go further than that. You have to be specific as to what results you want to see. In this situation, here's what I expect of you. And number 2 in this process is to become aware of your hot buttons. In other words, everything's going along and you're supposed to give the expectations. You think people are going to fulfill them, but then somebody pushes what we call your hot button. In other words, one of the doctors told me that you see patients waiting in the waiting room and is having lunch. And there are many patients waiting for a long time. And it just pushes your hot buttons, which obviously you're upset. But the people in the staff lunchroom, were they very clear about what happens when there are patients waiting? It's worth looking at. Hot buttons are the things, it could be a sentence. I remember teaching in an environment where the customer service people were all women. And one of their hot buttons was, what are you gals doing over there? In other words, it implied that they were being lazy. Oh, hot button. And you discover your hot buttons, and then you discover that you haven't been very clear. So I'm hoping that in this process, you'll be very clear about your expectations so that when your hot buttons are pushed, you can do the next step, which is to push the pause button. Now, it's just like the pause button on the remote. It freezes the frame. So instead of exploding or saying, yeah, but, or you shouldn't, or you should never, those kind of hot button responses that aren't really going to get you your result, is it? Not really. But you're so out of control by that time. Here, another one in your profession might be, which was the same with managers. Well, what happened to that file I entrusted you with? Actually, at one of the companies I worked for, and it wasn't a clinic environment, but the boss really exploded at the employee, and the employee said, it's on your desk. You know that little sound? That's that sound that is not a positive clinic environment. So I always say, avoid that sound completely. So the person said, yeah, I gave it to you. And sure enough, the boss had covered it over with some other things. So be careful when your hot button is pushed that you don't explode before you've really researched all of the possibilities. I know this sounds so logical, but in the positive clinic environment, those steps are done well. Number 1, be clear about your expectations. And number 2, be aware of your hot buttons. If you're smart, you will make a list of all the things that drive you crazy so that you know it. Because once you are aware is the first step to behavior change, you'll push those buttons till they're flat. Only by recognizing that it's your hot button and it's not their fault can you do step 3, which is step 4, which is choose the appropriate response. Now, appropriate is probably one of my favorite words in the English language. It means suited to a given purpose. So if your purpose is to get cooperation from your staff, would you explode at them or embarrass one at the expense of that person? No, you wouldn't do that. And yet, when our hot button's pushed and we don't have a well-developed pause button, we sometimes explode. The appropriate response always starts with the two magic words that actually will help you push your pause button, which is, I understand. When you say, I understand, it causes the person to diffuse the situation. The hostility is taken out. It propels them into the logic side of their brain, and they think, they understand. And that's really what people want. And it gives you time to discover, what is it that you understand? What can you say? Which I call empathy, 6-second empathy. People have always said, busy leaders will tell me they don't have time for empathy. I say, well, make time, because it only takes 6 seconds to be succinct, sincere, and very specific. So a couple of examples. I understand how frustrating it is not to get the information when you want it. Notice it was specific, succinct, 6 seconds. I understand how easy it is to get impatient with that technology. Specific, succinct, 6 seconds. It sounds like you're very upset. I see you need my full cooperation. 6 seconds. Diffuses the situation. That's usually the appropriate response. Understand first, then the last step is guide the team member or the clinic employee to your result. And we really researched this in the classroom. What's the sentence that's going to switch from I understand to here's what I want? And what we came up with are 3 words that are just magic. They are, here's the situation. When people hear, here's the situation, they immediately switch to their logic part. They don't get defensive. You're explaining the situation, but the situation is that they need to do what you need them to do. So if you're exploding on those team members who are having lunch, it's not going to gain you any cooperation, is it? But if you say, here's the situation, patients are waiting, I would love one of you to always be checking to see if there are patients before all of you take a lunch. That might not happen in your situation, but you can understand anything. It doesn't mean you agree with it, but you can understand they need a break. That's a human thing. Now, in the appropriate response category, I made a separate subject for you to be able to say no and get a thank you in response. People are very hesitant to say no, and there's most of the things that employees want and people on your team want, most of them you can grant, but sometimes you have to say no. And I learned this when I was in human resources, and there was a team member, a fellow trainer, we'll call him John. And I learned this by actually saying the right thing by accident, and then I made it into a thing. And it's called the 4A action method. And the 4 A's are acknowledge, advise, accept, or alter. And here's how it goes, very logical. Acknowledge, you analyze the request. So John was one of your got a minute people. You know those people who say got a minute, but they're not going to take a minute? Well, the story was he was in the middle of his second divorce, and he loved to talk to me. I don't know why. I was a single person back then, but I was his sounding board, and we wrote courses together, and I really needed his cooperation. So every time he would say, got a minute, I would look in his face, and instead of saying, sure, John, come on in, and then be upset that he was taking my time, I actually acknowledged the request, And I said, oh, it looks like you're really upset. His eyes were filling with tears. And I said, it looks like you're upset. It looks like you need to talk. 6 seconds. Looks like you're upset. Looks like you need to talk. The eyes dried up a little bit and he went, yes, I do. He thought I was going to take him into my office to talk. I did step 2. I advised. I said, John, here's the situation. I've got the report for the boss due in a half hour. I've got to work on that. I know you've probably already got it in. And he went, yeah. And he acknowledged that, yeah, that's important. And then I chose to alter. I gave him options. I said, I will come to your office as soon as I'm done with this report. And he said, thank you. And he walked away. And I thought, what did I just do? I said no, and I got a thank you. I better write that down. Now, the other thing you could do after you acknowledge his need, you advise on your position, here's the situation, you could accept it. You could deal with it and express limits. I could have maybe said, well, come on in, John, I can spend 5 minutes with you. But the truth is, what if after 5 minutes, he's really worked up? Am I able to say, oh, time's up? Not really, not when it's an emotional need. So I mostly choose the alter option. So acknowledge, advise, and alter. So I think if you're asking me to do a few minutes on positive clinic environment, those are the most important things. I know there are leadership skills and that's all wonderful, but it comes down to at work, how are the people getting along? Is it a positive environment for your patients to come in? Or is there too many of this tisk side impatience with people? So 1, be clear on your purpose. 2, be aware of your hot buttons. Make a list. Push them till they're flat. Number 3, have a well-developed pause button so that you can stop your automatic response. 4, choose the appropriate response, and it might be to say no. And guide the team member to your result with the sentence, here's the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi, for creating a wonderful clinic environment. I'm sure you're going to be there with us for an. I know it's going to be late night, but I'm happy to see you. You're looking bright and have a bright star. So you'll be joining us for the panel discussion after the 2 talks, right?
Yes, thank you.
So we'll have definitely we'll have some question and answer. Maybe you have to add some points to the discussion, which will be led by Ashiana. So next I have the great opportunity to introduce my old friend, who's young, and I just share the screen again. So next is Professor Awa Hussain. She is Director cum Chief Consultant at the OSB Eye Hospital, Dhaka. Her significant contribution towards preventing blindness in Bangladesh and Asia-Pacific region are widely recognized. She has vast experience and expertise in field of cataract, glaucoma, vitreoretina, and ocular trauma. President-elect of the Asia-Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology and the chairperson of the APAO Women in Ophthalmology Standing Committee. And not only that, she is the first woman president of the Asia-Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology in the 60 years. And so happened that because of COVID, we were not able to celebrate the Diamond Jubilee of APAO this year. So we are going to do next year, and I think it will happen during her presidency. And she's the past president of SARC Academy of Ophthalmology, Ophthalmological Society of Bangladesh, and founding president of Community Ophthalmological Society, and member of the editorial board of the Ocular Surgery News, APAO edition, OSN AP, editorial board member of the Austin Journal of Clinical Ophthalmology, and a reviewer of the International Journal of Ophthalmology. Recipient of many prestigious international and national awards, including APAO Distinguished Service Award, APAO Arthur Lim Award, APAO Achievement Award, Mada Sir Daud Mala Sark Award, Sushila Biswal Memorial Award by Indian Alumni Group of ICH of London, Mubarak Ali Memorial Gold Medal, Ali Memorial Gold Medal, Lifetime Achievement Award OSB, Professor Humayun Kabir Memorial Award BAU, and author and co-author of 75 publications, and has delivered a large number of invited symposium lectures in ophthalmology, both nationally and internationally. And more than that, I think she's one of the most kind lady ever I have met. And yesterday we had Didi Krishna Kumari giving us the keynote address, leading the light, and we have another lady. And I think India always salutes and respects the mother, and we have salute you, and you are like our mother for me, because I'm seeing you for more than 35 years, and thanks you for the friendship, and I visited you. And over to you, Dr. Hussain.
Thank you so much, Professor Natarajan, for your so kind words for me. And I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizer and to the, especially Professor Natarajan, for inviting me to this webinar as a speaker and also as a chairperson. Good morning to everybody and good evening. My topics is the team building. It is not easy to get the players, but getting them to play together is not so easy. But you see, there is a team. This is the National Youth Football Team of Bangladesh, and they are celebrating their win. Can you hear me, please?
We can hear you. Sorry, I think somebody unmuted. You can carry on, Dr.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Just a minute. Commitment to team success. This is very important attributes for successful teamwork. Team members should share common goal, values, belief, as well as commitment and motivation to succeed. Each team member has to strive for perfection. Commitment to team leadership. Team members should have the commitment to comply decision of leadership when the team leader delegates tasks and keeps track of progress. That should be compiled by all the members of the team. Interdependence. This is no success for an individual if other members of the team fail. As for example, a surgeon cannot do a surgery alone without the help of skilled surgical team. Interpersonal skill. That means respect to each and every member of the team should be there, and support and realistic mutual expectation amongst team members are a must. Open communication, giving and accepting feedback, as well as cultivating team spirit of constructive criticism is paramount. Appropriate team composition. Specific tasks required, specific talent, and specific skill sets. So these are the 6 attributes of successful teamwork. Now, to achieve a high performance team, there should be a clear vision on the expected outcome. Each and every member of the team should have this clear vision about their work, about their goal, about their outcome. Common goal and clear understanding. Everybody should know that there should be a common goal. Individuals have no goal themselves, but there should be a common goal and a very clear understanding of every member of that team. Trust have to be built between all team members and leader. This is a very important part, that there should be trust between the team member and the leadership. Motivation plays an important role in determining the level of performance. Initially, when the members come to join the team, they are according to their way, and the leadership has motivated them accordingly what to do the work. According to the work, they are motivated, and this motivation plays ultimately very important role for the performance of the team. Effective communication and feedback. This is another achievement achieved for a high performance team. Positive relationship is very vital. Each and everybody, that means I have told initially that there should be emotional attachment to the work, to the team member, and that grows each other with a family member like relationship, and which is very vital to work. And Jeffrey has showed how his team working together, climbing to the Himalaya Everest. All the team members are working very much, concentrating and sincerity, and with a very close relationship. So everything is fine. So everywhere, this positive relationship is very vital. Respect and support to each other. Always there should be respect and each will support to other work also. If anybody cannot do work to other member, then they should support the that person to do the work in nice way. Ensure access to needed data. The data which is already there, and we should ensure that everybody can access to that data. So that is always a good thing for a high performance team. Product regular meeting for update information. This is very important for everywhere in our everybody's clinic, work, hospital, and in office, everywhere. The regular meeting always updated the information, and this is very important part. Participatory decision making for problem solving. We can't solve the problem alone. So for to solve the problem, there should be the participation of all the members for a decision making, problem solving, any problem that we should solve in that way. Delegate responsibility with clarity. The responsibility should be with a very clear idea that should be delegated to the member. Facilitate to develop knowledge and skill up to the clear set standard. And last of all is the supportive supervision. With all these, we can achieve a high performance team. So I've explained all the thing, clear purpose, vision, this is very, very important. A team cannot be a good team until that football team also. If the coach could not give such training to the team, they could not able to achieve their goal. So leadership is very, very important. And from yesterday onwards, we are learning about the leadership. Leadership is such a thing that leader have some good quality. Leader should have that much quality that he can motivate, he can monitor, he can positive relations, and all these things make the team a very good and very high performance team. So leadership and team building, that is, it takes great leadership to build effective team. What are the qualities of the leader? There are so many qualities. I have only mentioned some of them, but there are leaders should be above all. We can't compare the leader with somebody else. Get to know the rest of the team. That is, he should know each and every members, what the ideology of that member, what he want to think, what he want to do, how leader can motivate that person, and everything, every aspect of the member should be known by the leader. Relationship building, that is another important thing. Leader is not, if they think that I am the leader, there are gulf of difference between me and the member, then it will not be a good team. They will always fear, and that will make the leader not a very quality leader. As because yesterday Professor Namrata told that leader should be by respect, leader should not be by fear. It is 100% correct. Leader, nobody feared the leader. Everybody can go close to the leader, and leader can have that type of person that they will relation in this way, not that they will think that I am the leader, I am the master, I am the mentor, and you are my student, you are a trainee, you will behave like that, not that. Clearly define roles and responsibility. So it is very important aspect that it should explain the role and responsibility of that person of the team, how they will work, how will they achieve the goal, what are the process. So in this way, they will, the leader will give the roles and responsibility to the team member. Be proactive with feedback. This is another important, very important. I'm giving work, but I didn't take the feedback. Feedback is very important, how much he can understand, how much he can respond. That should be, again, feedback should be there. So this is another quality of the leadership. Acknowledge and reward. We never do that. We always think that I'm the leader, this is our duty to do that, and this is their duty to do their work. No, we should acknowledge and reward them. Then the team will be a full team, and that team will work with all their heart, with all their soul to achieve the goal. Always celebrate success. That is the celebration of football team, like that if a team has a very good work, then the leader should celebrate that success, and then they will inspire, that inspiration will make them to another good work. Team building programming. This is, we can strengthen the system. How we can strengthen the system? By making capacity building, by enhancing coordination among the key stakeholders, engage other relevant stakeholders to increase the coverage, design and redesign and implement activities, evaluate progress and share the findings with key stakeholders. That means all this together to form a team building. These are the parts for the team building. Keeping the team momentum, that is another important. Team has built, but how it will be momentum, that is supportive supervision is very, very important. Always leader will supervise the teamwork, and then that team will be in a very good momentum. Development of the team, motivation of the team, and evaluation of the team. Then we can have current practice to the best practice. This is the way keeping the team momentum. Now comes the stages in team building. This is the forming of the team, storming, norming, and performing. That is during formation of the team. What is team? Definition of a team, individual role, tasks, and strategy that should be explained to the member, as because that is the time, the former time, the team formation, nobody knows what to do. So everything should be explained in such a way that they can feel that this is the role, this is the task, this is the strategy they should do. Develop trust, communication, and norms. Another important for the formation of the, from the very beginning of the formation of a team, trust should be there. Trust should be with all the members, each and every members. They should trust each other. They should trust the leadership, and leadership also trust the member of the team. what is expected from the team. That is also explained at the beginning of the formation of the team. Next is the storming, that is the challenging part. This stage is the most difficult and critical, as because at that time realization of the task is very difficulty. Every task is given, but everybody can't fulfill the task. So they should realize first, and then they will do the work. Fluctuation in attitude about chances of success and poor collaboration. This is another thing. Attitude is important, as because I have told that attitude, that everybody has a very positive attitude. Attitude brings a person from very low to high level, and attitude should be in a positive way, not a negative attitude, never in a negative attitude. Yesterday, Didi Krishna Kumari has told lot of things about the attitude also. To get through these days, members must work to overcome obstacle. So these days, to pass this storming stage, every member should work to overcome every obstacle. Then comes the norming stage, that is the everybody at that time accept the team and the individuality of the fellow member. They are friends, they like each other, they have a relationship, so they are at least normal and they can work with their full spirit. Members start helping each other. At that time, each other can be very helping attitude will be there. And team performance increased during these days as members learn to cooperate and begin to focus on team goal. This is the time that the performance increases day by day, and the members can learn how to cooperate each other and how to cooperate and begin to focus on the team goals. And last of all, performing. They perform to do the tasks, to do the work given by the leader. Teams are able to function as a unit as they find ways to get the job done smoothly and effectively without inappropriate conflict. Without conflict, if there is the work, then that should be very soundly, smoothly, effectively, that will be worked out. Consensus and cooperation have been well established and the team is mature, organized and well functioning. And last of all, at that time, they have a very good consensus. They know each other. If anybody say anything, they can understand what he wants, try to say what is his goal, what is her goal. That is the main thing. And to establish that team should be a mature one, a organized one, and ultimately well-performing team. Now I would like to say this is one of the way, that is the best way for balancing a team for better outcome. If I want a better outcome, there should be balancing. Otherwise, we can't get any productive outcome, any productive goal. What are that? 3C concept. That is compromise. We should compromise in everywhere.
Can't hear. Auntie?
Yeah, I think so. Dr. Dr. I think she lost contact or something, right? Dr. She's not there right now. You can't see Dr.
Dr. Ava Hussain, yeah, can't see.
Can't see her. Probably she has some internet issues, I think. So maybe when she joins back, I think we'll start with the next talk. In case she comes back, I'll request her to, in case she may be having the last part of the slides, I think. So now I think I wanted to thank Dr. Abu Hussain for the team building talk. And I think every slide which she had has a wonderful points, and she's going to lead the Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology shortly. And so thank you, Dr. Abu Hussain. I hope you'll join us back. And now I want to introduce the next speaker, who's a silent worker and who's working with me.
Professor,
Yes.
Professor,
Yes.
if I interject, if I can ask for a favor, if you can not, you can, in the spirit of silent leadership, if you cannot introduce me, I'd appreciate that, because I'm not the silent leader.
No, it's not. But you have to know. You have a name, and you have. Yeah.
You don't have to know me.
You are doing it to every speaker, right? So allow me to do that, because it's not only for. I'm going to do everybody. So I'm happy to introduce Dr. Ashiana Naryani, MD, MPH. She's a cornea and refractive surgeon, ocular oncologist, assistant professor at the King Edward Memorial Hospital and State GS Medical College Department of Ophthalmology, Mumbai, just a few kilometers from my place. She's an American Board of Ophthalmology certified, and she's a fellow of the Duke University Eye Center, Cornea, External Disease and Refractive Surgery, and of the Miracles in Sight Eye Banking Fellowship, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, USA. The reason I wanted to introduce Ashiana is to inspire all the young people. She had a wonderful career, brought up in the US, and now shifted to India and took the time to get her license in India, and now she's working in Mumbai. And then definitely I want her story to be inspiring all the young doctors, and then who are eye doctors now. Awarded the Presidential J. William Fulbright Scholarship by President Obama to address preventable blindness in India, pioneer in eye bank preparation of a pre-decimate endothelial keratoplasty graft, World Health Organization team member on blindness and visual impairment of the WHO Global Burden of Disease study. We had Evo, she has worked with him, and he was now the CEO of the ICO and recipient of the Albert Schweitzer Fellowship, 55th Annual Eye Bank Association of America Travel Grant, Albert M. Ports Award for Outstanding Research, Patient Service Value Award by the North Shore University Health System for exceptional patient care. And we are talking about patient care. An AO Cornea Subspecialty Day 2020 speaker, the future of limbal stem cell transplantation, and faculty speaker for AO, ASCRS, Cornea Society of India, Pune Ophthalmological Society, Women's Ophthalmological Society of India, and now in ICO and AOS, and organizers of 2020 Ophthalmology Educational Course Series to provide education to corners of the world that don't have the opportunity or access to education. And I'm a fan of that. And special interests are global preventable blindness, eye banking, ocular surface commerce neoplasia, dry eye disease, limbal cell transplantation, residency training. And now you'll know that it's not, Ashiana is not for giving credit, but I think the idea is to inspire that we have young ophthalmologists from the world, and you have brought them here. So I know you're talking silent leadership, but I want everybody to know how to work silently, because very, very few people are like that in the world. So you are one, and we from India salute you for coming back to India and serving us. And again, doing global ophthalmology, sitting in Mumbai with me, and here, Ashiana.
Professor, if the talk is on silent leadership, then perhaps I need to speak less and do more. And so perhaps, may I suggest we spend the next 15 minutes in silence, right? Wrong. I've been given the duty, the task to speak words today, and may I fulfill that. My first words, may it be a word of gratitude. Gratitude to the visionary of the world ophthalmology leaders, Professor Natarajan, who is a man of many qualities of the head, the hand, the heart. I want to thank the organizers of the International Council of Ophthalmology, Dr. Ivo Kokor, Dr. Neerav Gupta, and the team of the All India Ophthalmological Society, Dr. Namrata Sharma, Dr. Mahipal Sachdev, Dr. Lalit Verma, Dr. Santosh Honavar, and so many others who are true leaders. And I salute you. Let me start by a show of hands of how many of us have ever felt, I want everyone to know how great I am. Or, I have an MD, MPH, don't I? How cool would it be if I added another degree after my name, say a PhD, so that I may be considered more smart in the midst of my peers? How many have ever thought that way? Or, final thought, that I have just one aspiration while here on this earth, that may I be an instrument of service and compassion, service in this world of suffering and pain silently. These four personalities that are before you are inspirations who did not want name or fame. They did not want additional degrees after their name. Perhaps they wanted less degrees after their name. And they gave everything they had for the service of humanity. In the words of my spiritual master, Sadhu Vaswani, and his closest disciple that you see on his lap, Dada J.P. Vaswani, whose meditation we heard yesterday, the words are, where there is hatred, dear child, may you ever sow love. Where there is despair, may you send a ray of hope. Where there is the darkness of ignorance, may you spread there the light of knowledge. And where there is suffering, may you, even like a star, point the path of joy and peace. Friends, I don't stand before you to tell you that I stand before you to tell you that before me are the photos and the images of my role models, who are the epitome of silent leadership. They lived their life hidden in the hidden God, as we like to say, in the service of humanity, not wanting their names to be known. So where it says here, and where there is suffering, may you, even like a star, point the path of joy and peace. I asked myself, where is that there, where in the world is there the most suffering? And so I left my life in the United States and I moved to India. For here, there is so much poverty, there is so much suffering. But what did I learn? I learned the joy in the simplicity of being, the simplicity that is in those that we call the underserved. But in fact, they serve me because they teach me so much every single day. So what do we learn day in and day out while here in India? Well, the first is focus on a goal, number one. Bill Gates, he does it silently, no matter how much his name is known. He does what he does. He focuses on a goal. Whatever that goal be, he does it silently. So much so that he spends weekend retreats away from the world, away from his wife, to be with his own thoughts silently, to understand the complex problems of this world, like poverty, like hunger, like COVID-19, and finding solutions on how to make this world. And what does he say? Don't compare yourself with anyone in this world. If you do so, you are insulting yourself. Lesson number 2, take a leap of faith. Dr. Albert Schweitzer, as we know, is an inspiration to native of France and Germany, and he moved to Lambaréné, Africa. He's actually a musician and a theologian as well, but he moved to Africa to serve the underserved. And what did when the informed that he was the Nobel, so at that time. He was building animals. Nobel Prize Committee came to his door. He asked them, I hope this comes with money, yes? Because I need money to be able to provide a tin roof over the head. So much so was his leap of faith into the uncertainty of Africa. Number 3, sacrifice. Yesterday, we were very privileged to be in the presence of Bibi Krishna Kumari. Bibi Krishna Kumari, with 2 or 3, to serve masters silently. Her master Sadhu Vaswani and Dada J.P. Vaswani, she served selflessly, tirelessly. Those lights. She has the light that is light eternal within herself, and she is lighting the hearts of. Number 4. Gandhi, the father of our nation. He lived in ahimsa, non-violence, in the midst of violence. He lived with his principles, lived in truth. Let me give you an example. When a mother came with a child to Mahatma Gandhi and said, my child will only listen to you, and my child has a disease, I need to take and salt intake actually. Can you please talk to my child and tell my child to stop taking salt? What did Mahatma Gandhi do? He said, give me some time, I will get back to you. Days passed, and Mahatma Gandhi, with the child, to the word the child needed to know in order to stop salt intake. And the mother curiously asked Mahatma Gandhi afterwards, why is it that you made me wait so many days before you spoke to my child? He said, at the time, can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Or did I cut out?
Yeah, no, the voice was breaking, and now we
Dr.
can hear
Natarajan, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but it was breaking. It was breaking in between. Maybe you can do one thing. You can put your video off and have your share screen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. How's that?
Yes, you can hear you well.
Okay. So I don't know where I left off with Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi is all about going against the grain. And I was just sharing the story of how a mother with her child came to Mahatma Gandhi. And the mother asked Mahatma Gandhi, kindly, please, sir, you are the only one that will make my child stop taking salt. And without stop taking salt, my child will be at risk for very fatally resulting problems. And so what happened of that is Mahatma Gandhi said, mother, please give me a few days and I will come back to you. So what did Mahatma Gandhi do? He called the mother back after a few days. And the mother then was very happy that Gandhi spoke to the child, but was very curious that, Gandhi ji, why did you not tell my child then when I previously met you to stop taking salt? And what was Gandhi ji's response? He said, oh mother, at the time that you asked me to stop taking, to tell your child to stop taking salt, I did not live by that principle. I was taking salt at that time in my diet. I had to stop taking diet before I can tell another to stop taking salt. And that's why he made the mother wait. He lived by truth. He went against the grain of all the rest. So what is his message? That you must be the change you wish to see in the world. And is that not a silent endeavor? Is that not a silent goal? So if we talk about competition, right? If there is such a thing, competition, then wouldn't competition really be competition with ourselves? When we talk about these 4 principles, focusing in on a goal, taking a leap of faith, sacrifice, going against the grain, if we do that silently, then we would be learning the principle, what is true silent leadership, as I call it. The concept that, may I become a better version of myself today than I was yesterday. May I continue to walk the path of perfection. In the words of my master, what is the rarest thing in the universe? Perfection. We must keep striving for it, though it may be difficult to attain. And what is the first step, friends, on the path of perfection? Well, beginning silence, but it's for real. Here's my pitch. 10 minutes of silence every day, just 10 minutes of silence will bring us with our thoughts, bring us to the divine, really help us on our goal in life, focus, do whatever it takes to reach that goal with every breath of our being, with every beat of our heart. And in that measure, friends, that we walk the path of silence, may each one of us in our lives be blessed to be a silent leader. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Ashiana. So now you know why I wanted to introduce you. I know you have an like you don't need an introduction, but I think I want the young people to know you. And I wanted to confess here, which I have not told you. I asked the question, I don't know whether you remember that, 2 weeks back, whether do you meditate? Whether you said yes. And I was wondering, what is it? And I think for a long time, me and Namrata is still resisting, but I'm joined meditation. So I wanted to tell you that. So I learned to be in silence, which I never did. But I always did silence in the plane because I used to sleep. But that was not silence, I realized, because to be awake, to be aware, and then be silent is the word I learned from you, Ashiana. And then later, thanks to Santosh, she has put me in the meditation course, and I'm with Santosh in the early morning. So I think Dr. Awa Hussain has joined back, and welcome back. Right. And we have both Jeffs are here. And we will start the next session. And I request.
I'm so sorry, Professor Natarajan. I'm so sorry. I don't know how much you can hear for me.
No, we heard wonderful. Only thing is we also took it as, I think, one wonderful team building talk. So I think we heard everything except the last part, I think. And then
yes, last there are some few slides also. It's okay then. Okay.
Yes. So I'm just going to the next session, and I'm again sharing the screen. So we have the next session. We have Santosh Hanavar. So he's the editor of Indian Journal of Ophthalmology. Dr. Hanavar had his basic medical education at the Bangalore Medical College. He was a best graduate of the Bangalore University in 1988 and was awarded 7 gold medals. He received postgraduate training in ophthalmology, followed by senior residency at the Dr. Arthur Center for Ophthalmic Sciences, AIMS, New Delhi. During his residency training at the AIMS, Dr. Hanawa further trained in ocular oncology at the Wills Eye Institute, US. He thereafter established the Comprehensive Ocular Oncology Service at the Eye Institute, Hyderabad, the first such in the country. And Dr. Hanawa's current research interests comprise of retinoblastoma, tumors of the ocular surface and orbit. And Dr. Hanawa's overall research contribution that have had a very significant impact on the diagnosis and management of retinoblastoma and its outcome. He has extensively published in peer-reviewed journals over 150 manuscripts and written several book chapters. He got a Lifetime Achievement Award from American Academy. And we have Dr. Mahipal, who is the president of All India Ophthalmic Society. He's an expert in cornea, refractive, and cataract surgery, honored with one of the top 4 awards of the Government of India, public award, the Padma Shri Award in 2007. And he in the year 2017, he
অবশ্যই কন্ট্রিবিউট করব কিন্তু আমি
can you admin can you unmute everybody except for Dr. Natarajan, please?
Yeah.
Can you mute everybody? No.
Yeah. And next we have Dr. Namrata, who has one of the highest number of peer-reviewed publication, about 450, which hats off to her. She's the Honorary Secretary, All India Ophthalmic Society, and also Honorary Secretary of Delhi Ophthalmic Society and Honorary Secretary of Eye Bank Association of India, and a Professor of Ophthalmology, Cornea, Cataract, and Refractive Surgery here. And then we have Dr. Lalit Verma, an ever-smiling Lalit Verma with the glasses on his forehead, Vice President of the All India Ophthalmic Society, vitreoretinal surgeon, Director of Vitreoretinal Service of Center for Sight, and he served as a secretary and later as the scientific committee chairman, and really made a leap jump in the academic activities of All India Ophthalmic Society. He's a gold medalist in ophthalmology and has received the S.C. Datta Roy Award by the All India Ophthalmic Society. And Ashana, we have Dr. Andrea Ang in this session. I'll just check. Ashana? No, I think...
yes, sir.
No. Yeah, Andrea, okay.
Yes,
so we have Dr. Andrea Ang from Australia, I think consultant ophthalmologist at the Lions Eye Institute and Royal Perth Hospital, Western Australia, refractive, corneal and external disease specialist, director of training, Royal Australian and New Zealand Ophthalmology. And we are happy to say AOS has got an MOU with RAMSCO, Ophthalmic Basic Sciences and Knowledge Examiner, CPD committee member and Surgical Task Force committee member, RAMSCO, presents at national and international conferences, author of book chapters and scientific papers, reviewer for international journals, Myanmar Eye Care Foundation volunteer, corneal anterior segment and external disease fellowships at Cincinnati Eye Institute and Singapore National Eye Center, Master of Public Health from Harvard University, Fulbright Scholarship, gold medal for top medical graduate university of Western Australia. And we have Dr. Digvijay Singh, who is the MD FACO. He's the president of the Young Ophthalmic Society of India, and his special interest is pediatric ophthalmology and strabismus, neuro-ophthalmology, and glaucoma. Holds to his credit 20 awards, 75 publications, 20 book chapters, 1 book, and 60 abstracts and proceedings. Has delivered over 100 lectures in 8 international, 16 national, and 24 state conferences, apart from virtually delivering over 20 lectures and webinars. Great interest in technology and eye care, and is the co-founder of technology company Gulf Innovations, where he has developed an AI tool for glaucoma diagnosis called RIA-G, and research guide, co-guide, and advisor to over a dozen students in different universities across the country. He's currently the president, UOC, and treasurer, Indian Neuro-Ophthalmology Society. He's the director of Noble Eye Care Program, HOD of Ophthalmology, Narayana Super Specialty Hospital Program, HOD of Madhukar Rainbow Children's Hospital, New Delhi. And we have Erin Lally, the first women ophthalmologists to climb Mount Everest. Thank you and salute you, Erin. We have two ophthalmologists who climbed Mount Everest, and we have Jeff Tabin and Erin Lally here. She's a residency from Wills Eye Hospital, Philadelphia, medical retina fellowship from Duke, Durham, and current anterior segment surgeon and medical retina specialist at Retinal Diagnostic Center in Northern California. It's late night for her. Thank you. She was there yesterday too. She was there for the trial. Thanks to your energy and international work in Tenbek Mission Hospital in Kenya, Jimma University Hospital in Ethiopia, and research clinical investigative for numerous macular degeneration, diabetic retinopathy, and retinal vein occlusion studies. Interests are mountaineering, running, skiing, and cycling. And we have Jeff Petty, MD, MBA, specializes in complex cataract surgery and post-traumatic anterior segment surgery. Holds multiple national committee positions, including chair of the Young Ophthalmology Committee, ICO, American Academy of Ophthalmology, and an appointed member of the Young Eye Surgeons for the American Society of Cataract and Refractive Surgeons, founder and medical director of Operation Sight, a surgical outreach program at the John Moran Eye Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. And research interests include improving eye care delivery in resource-poor settings, understanding how to improve effectively train eye surgeons, and improving cataract surgery safety and efficiency. Over 45 published peer-reviewed articles and authored 3 book chapters. The reviewer for Ophthalmology, Journal of Cataract and Refractive Surgeon, Eye and International Ophthalmology publication. Recipient of multiple distinguished honors, including AAO's Artemis Award and Lewis Peterson Humanitarian Service Award. And he's Associate Professor at the John Moran Eye Center, University of Utah, Vice Chair of Education, John Moran Eye Center, University of Utah, Residency Program Director, Co-Medical Director, Global Ophthalmology Division, and Chief of the Ophthalmology Salt Lake City Veterans Affairs Medical Center. And we have Swati Tomar, Fellowship in Cornea and Anterior Segment Services from LV Prasad, Adjunct Faculty at LV Prasad, Hyderabad, Director Swanitra Eye Hospital, Jaipur, and Professor NIMS Medical College and Hospital, Jaipur, Medical Director, Eye Bank Society of Pakistan, Jaipur, India for 15 years, first women corneal surgeon in state of Rajasthan, India to have done maximum corneal surgery for eliminating reversible corneal blindness in Rajasthan. We have numerous female achievers in this group. Young Achievers Award in the year 2017 for excellent work in field of medicine and helping in eliminating corneal blindness in India. Founder, member, Women Ophthalmology Society of India, for which I'm glad. Patron, founder member, Women Ophthalmologists Worldwide, member Cornea Surgeons Task Force of Sight Life USA, special interest in cornea, ocular surface and refractive surgery, publications in national and international conferences. And we have Dr. Meena Lakshmipathy, graduated medical school from Stanley Medical College, where my father was a professor of ophthalmology. Completed Masters in Ophthalmology from Madurai Medical College, Madurai, 2001. Specialist in cornea and anterior segment from LV Prasad, Hyderabad. Currently Senior Cornea Specialist at Shankar Nethralaya, my alma mater. Special interest in microbial keratitis, pediatric cornea, and laminar corneal surgeries. And I think I wanted to introduce all of them. For this, the reason is I think everybody has something to contribute. And over to you, Ashiana, Namrata, and Santosh to take the discussion.
Professor, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Professor, and thank you to each one of sharing your valuable time to be with us today.
Somehow your voice is breaking, Ashiana. So I also want to say that we have this session is patient-physician communication. So I wanted to tell the audience and the panel here, we have Kanchan Pamnani, who's a patient, and also Priyanka Sate, who runs a big hospital, but she was a patient, and I think both of them are not patients now, but I think they will be taking part in the next session, but I requested them to be here, so we can be free, and I think we are having an open, transparent session. The idea is to improve patient, because we are all as a doctors want to treat patients, and we also want to understand from the patient side. Ashiana, whenever you can talk, I don't know, we lost you in between. and you can again take. Can you speak, Ashana?
Well,
Somehow your voice again.
So I think Dr. Jeff Petty already has posted
yes. So we have up
a question. Yes, Ashiana.
Yes, Dr. Petty has the principles on patient-physician communication. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Petty to lay the groundwork on patient-physician communication.
Jeff, you can, Jeff Petty.
Jeff, you have to unmute yourself.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is a distinct honor. I
Yes,
will
Jeff.
forego naming all of the wonderful people who have made this possible, but on behalf of all the panelists, thank you, everyone. It's an honor to present patient-physician communication. I'll be doing this in a way that hopefully will bring a bit of light fun to our communication. I'd like to share with you is that the patient's perception is their reality. No matter how much we think we understand what's going on, until we understand what they are experiencing, we can't begin to help them address their needs. And along with that is another pearl.
Look at the cute dog.
And the lesson here is to not assume. So often we come to judgment based on our past experiences and our past bias, and that's a part of our growth as physicians. However, the longer we go, the more we realize again that until we ask some questions, we can never quite understand. So 3 quick things. When you're starting out your clinic visit, one simple thing to start with as a young ophthalmologist is asking the patient, what do you want me to help you with today? Or why are you here? Or sometimes I'll even ask, if I can fix one thing for you today, what is that one thing? And that will start you off with understanding better what they want. Just like a strong beginning is important, a strong ending is important. And nothing is better than simply ending with, what questions do you have? Culturally, of course, this is different around the world, but giving an opportunity for someone, making it a safe place for them to ask questions will again help us understand, not assume, and understand their perceptions. And finally, I find this helpful for both patients and both when I'm teaching a resident. If I teach a resident surgery and they do something just totally crazy, the best thing I've found is to ask, help me understand what you are thinking, instead of saying, what on earth are you thinking? Patient's perception is reality. Don't assume, ask questions. Help me understand what you are thinking. And with that, it's an honor to present our first case. As a 56-year-old patient thinks they have a cataract in their right eye. They're very excited for you to fix this with surgery. Normal slit lamp examination, but the fundus exam shows retinal whitening, a cherry red spot, and an angiogram confirms a CRAO. How do you deliver this bad news? And then a question to our panel. Thank you.
So I don't know where is Ashiana. So who would like to start first from the panel?
May I?
Lalit?
Yeah.
Yes.
You see,
Yes, Lalit.
I have this habit of taking, whenever I have to break news which is different from patient's perception, routinely I take a picture of the eye, anterior segment as well as the retina photograph, or of all the patients I see in my outpatient. And when I go down to see that picture, I call the patient, his relatives, everybody who's there, who has come with him, and explain him in raw language, layman's language, what is eye, how do we see? I draw a picture on the OPD card that this is the front of the eye, this is the back of the eye. And actually all of us see by the brain, and eye is just a medium, and cornea, lens, and retina. So then I tell him this is a normal retina and this is your retina. So we gradually build up the story that, you have some degree of cataract, but cataract is not the cause of decreased vision in your case. So if we undertake surgery, you will not, in all probability, gain. But build this up slowly. Tell him how the vision forms, how the refraction takes place, and I draw a ray diagram, two parallel rays, cornea converges, then lens converges, and focus on the retina. And the inverted image forms there, and then it gets re-inverted in the occipital cortex. So then the patient slowly understands his spouse or who's a relative, they start understanding. And then tell him your retina is not normal. You have a arterial block. Like we have a block in the heart. If heart gets blocked, the life goes. If artery gets blocked, the eye goes. So this slowly bit of story somehow, and then, then like Jeff said very nicely, that then let him ask the questions. Let him ask. Then he will more likely ask about, what is the prognosis, will it come back or not? And then we talk about various factors about CRA treatment. So that is my initial dialogue.
Erin, you are a retina specialist. What do you like to do? Or what do you do?
Yeah, so I think it's always important to let the patient know that while they were here for pursuing cataract, something else is going on, but you can get them the help that they need to give the patient hope and understanding of this is not, initially what you thought you had, but we can direct you to the right person. In this case, getting him to his primary care doctor, and just reassuring him that doctors are going to be there with him along this journey, that he's not alone and you're not going to abandon him because he doesn't have a cataract. There's nothing else that you can do. So I think just stressing the importance that the patient is not alone and this is a journey, and that you are going to help facilitate further care, and that you are there to answer any questions and get him to the physicians and places he or she needs to go.
And I think I always quote Dr. Charles Keepens. He's my mentor's mentor, and I met him, and he says, put it in the research, Keepens Research Institute, never say never again to a patient. So I think that word you have to avoid to the patient. But I wanted to tell both of you that there is an experimental treatment, which is not still peer-reviewed, where we can do a vitrectomy for a central retinal artery occlusion. And we have my colleague in Mumbai who has done pioneering work on doing a vitrectomy and opening up the clot in central retinal artery, and I've done, but none of them have improved. But I tell this patient that we can try, but we don't know. But I usually do a paracentesis. Sometimes the patient go from pillar to post because they want to see somewhere they can get. So I think you should keep the hope. And they ask me, can you do artificial retina, or can you change the eye? I mean, they ask all sorts of Bollywood questions, but I think somebody has to listen. So we have also a clinical psychologist in the practice, because I always tell, as a vitreoretinal surgeon, I take up very bad cases, and I'm a vitreoretinal psychiatrist. And so, which is what because I spend a lot of time talking before surgery, and so that I think the patients are.
I just want to add
Anybody
one
else
thing,
wants to add?
Dr.
Ashiana?
Natarajan. And that is, as anterior segment surgeons, we are, very thankful to the posterior segment surgeons, because the moment there's a CRO, we say, refer to the vitreoretina specialist, and he will explain it to you, how things are, because we don't see much beyond cataract. So that is a thing. But I think it is important that even when you're doing cataract, you have to tell them all the possibilities that your optic nerve, which is not seen, may have a problem, or your retina may have a problem, or you need to do ultrasonography to see what is the back status of the eye. All those things are there. But then, yes, for us, the vitreoretina specialist is a great, boon to refer to.
Andrea, you want to add something? You have to unmute, Andrea.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for inviting me to be along today. This is a pleasure. Yeah, look, I think it is important to support the patient along the way, even if it's not your area of specialty. And yeah, patient perceptions are very important in this case. I don't know if we wanted to move on to another case, but I had another case to discuss with the panel today. I just saw this patient last week, actually, and it's a typical case of a second opinion. So I see this, she's a 72-year-old lady. She comes with her husband, and she had a cataract surgery done with another colleague, and she is very unhappy with the outcome. And I look at her notes and I see that she's seeing 6/6 unaided in that eye, and yet she is very unhappy. She says she can't see, her vision is fuzzy. And on examination, when I look at her eye, she has an IC8, so one of those aperture lenses placed in that eye, and the rest of her retina, her macula looks healthy, and it's a nice centered lens. So interestingly, I speak to her further. I ask her if it was discussed with her what lens was going to be placed in her eye, and she said she had no such discussion with her surgeon. And then I ask her if she can read, and I test her reading vision, and she actually can read fairly well unaided. So this is a case that brings into illustration a patient that has actually probably had on paper a good outcome, but from her perception, she's had a poor outcome. She feels her quality of vision isn't very good. And I think one of the difficulties with this is discussing, it's a second opinion, and how do you approach a second opinion, and what the patient's perceptions were versus what was discussed with them the first time around. So I would open this up to the panel and ask them how they manage second opinions.
Thank you, Dr. Ang. That was fantastic. I want to get Dr. Honavar's expertise on this. Second opinions, when they come to you, Dr. Honavar, how do you handle that situation? How do you, being an ocular oncologist, how do you handle that?
Well, I think the first aspect is to know what is the expectation of the patient at all in a given situation. I don't deal with cataract, I don't deal with intraocular lenses, so I don't know much about what has happened in this particular situation. But I do deal with second opinions for tumors, etc., benign tumors having been diagnosed as malignant ones and vice versa, and bad outcomes, etc. So first thing is to know the expectation of a patient in a given situation and then tailor your counseling accordingly. I would, in any given situation, if a patient has come for a second opinion, I wouldn't say anything derogatory about the doctor who has given the first opinion. I think that is a big no. You should not even mention that. You just take it on from wherever the previous consultation has left and take it to the best of conclusions.
Beautiful. And Dr. Meena?
You have to
Ashana?
unmute.
Yeah.
No, you have to unmute, Dr. Meena. No, you have to unmute.
Fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So in this particular case, I think what the patients really want is somebody to hear them. And then you have to completely hear them and ask them what their real problem is. And then you make your objective assessment of them irrespective of what has happened. So you need to also know, you have to assess if there has been any complication, or is the patient unnecessarily blaming the previous surgeon. And then always start off with something positive and say that the surgery has gone off well, there has been no complications, and in routine practice, this is the best of the outcome. And then explain that the types of lenses could have been a multifocal lens, and if it has been a well-centered lens, say always the positive things and say that she will get better with time, or her brain will understand what is actually happened. So I think I will always start positively and end positively.
Excellent, Dr. Meena. And Dr. Digvijay Singh, what if there wasn't a positive outcome to the surgery? How would you handle that situation? What would you say if you were the referring doctor?
Right.
Or rather,
so
you received the referral?
This case, and also, I'm a neuro-ophthalmologist, so a lot of the times I end up with a lot of optic atrophies which are coming to us, and they don't really have positive outcomes in many cases, as we all know. So two things that I discuss with them. One, as in what specific problems the patient is facing now. whether it was, for in this case, there's an issue with, let's say, reading, or, they feel that, they're having to carry on a pair of glasses all the time, or they keep forgetting their glasses, or driving is an issue with, let's say, a multifocal lens. In optic atrophies, they may have an issue with, not being able to read the newspaper. Or so you ask them for specific problems and you try to give them specific solutions. And you need a lot of other rehabilitative opportunities, let's say, in cases of optic atrophy. And here probably you could rehabilitate them with either presbyopic glasses, or you could give them, some contact lenses, or you could basically give them certain statistics, which is, stating that, you're like about 99% of the world now. They're all using, glasses, cataract surgery, for example. So things like that help the patient, get a positive outlook, even though you know that you can't really do much. You can't go in there and change the IOL, for example, to multifocal if that's what the problem they're having, or you can't get the optic atrophy corrected. But you can give them solutions, and there are solutions for everything. And a lot of times, I think it's just your positive energy, the way you're talking to them, the way you're giving them an outlook, that makes all the difference for that patient to go home satisfied.
Beautiful, beautiful. Dr. Divakant Mishra, would you like to chime in on that? Referring to you, bad outcome, how do you communicate?
Right. So I'm a retina surgeon. A lot of times I get such patients, failed surgeries, being referred from other centers. So yes, it's indeed difficult, and at times these cases are such where you cannot help them. So I had a patient where he had some form of macular degeneration, and he had received a lot of injections, and finally he came to me for some solution. So though I was not able to help that patient, but something that I found that a low vision trial was not done for the patient. So you have to look for ways where you can probably add something to the patient, but sadly there are some cases where you cannot do much. So you just have to have some empathy and explain the whole situation to the patient. And yeah, that's it.
Excellent. Dr. Petty?
You have to unmute.
Yeah, I would just harken back again to some of my comments. It's so hard to know exactly what happened. How many times have we had patients tell us something that they thought we said when we, of course, didn't say that thing. And so just like we wouldn't want to rush to a diagnosis before having all the information, I really would want to understand better what exactly happened, get the operative reports, etc., paint the entire picture before making a decision.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Dr.
Can I-
Namrata Sharma. Oh,
Yeah.
please, Professor.
No, I just want Namrata will come. I also had one more. Sometimes patients are so angry, they come to me, even if the surgeon has done everything perfect, or something like expulsive happening, or a vitreous loss doing a cataract, or endophthalmitis, they come and tell me, oh, he's done wrong and you want to support your doctor. So I always tell them, see, like endophthalmitis or an expulsive, it's like a fire happened, and you come after that, and then I don't know what was the situation, the surgeon was there, and then the thing. So I think it's very difficult to say what happened 2 days before, and you are to me after 2 days after the storm is over or the fire is over. So I think patients in that situation always want to say that you are supporting your colleague, but I always tell them, whatever it is, whether I support or not, you imagine yourself, we are here to help you. So I think you should understand, I can't answer what happened 2 days before. I can only answer what is now. So why not we discuss what can be done rather than dissecting what happened before. So this is what I tell them. I said, I see complications, and I always tell them, since I've done thousands of surgery, in my hands complications happen, and I've lost eyes, and it's not my mistake. It's because of the pathology. It's because of the old age, or because of whatever. I mean, it's not that it's a medical negligence. We have a patient who's a lawyer in the group now, Kanchan Pamnani, and I think I'm always transparent. So I always tell them, and there are sometimes patients record what you talk, and here public are seeing in the Facebook. So I think every patient should know faith is the most important, and that's why we begin the whole thing as a doctor, as a praying, whether you believe God or not. I think you have to believe some superpower, and all of us are assembled here to cure blindness or prevent blindness. So I hope whoever is seeing, whether it's a patient or a physician or a doctor or anybody or lawyers, I think they have to know that we have an only intention is to make people see. Namrata, Ashiana asked you a question.
Professor Sharma, if you can give your insight on the topic.
On a second opinion. So I think we get a lot of second opinion. So we get a lot of second opinions from all over the nursing homes and the hospitals, and even from other states. And I think it is our duty, like I always say, to not to say anything about whatever surgery has been done. If it's an uncomplicated surgery, then of course you must really praise it and say all has gone well. And sometimes, like they've got one eye done from the other eye from some other surgeon, and they've come to you for the fellow eye, and then they want you to give opinion on the fellow eye, how it has been done. So that is important, that you always are appreciative of your colleagues' efforts, and also give them an option that in case you want to get the second eye done from your colleague, whether in private or in government, it's best to get it done from that person, because he already knows your anatomy, your physiology, the way your eye will behave. Sometimes we do get cases which are complicated and which come for a second opinion. I think there it is very what do you say, you have to be really cautious the way you tread, because you have to tell them that there is a problem, but then this problem can happen with anybody, and there is a solution to the problem. Most of the problems would have some or the other kind of solution, and it is best to show them the path which is there, vis-a-vis what can be done prospectively, rather than telling them what has been done retrospectively. So I think that is very important, especially regarding the complicated cases.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. The idea is, in ophthalmology, we have two eyes, right? And no eye acts the same. It's not that we have one heart, right? We have two eyes. So absolutely, when one person is getting surgery from one doctor and a second surgery from another doctor, it's complex when they're comparing eyes. When they're saying, I'm 6'6" partial here and I'm 6'5" here. Why am I 6'5" here and 6'6" partial?
So I think Ashiana has made
an art. Yeah. Dr. Would you comment on that? When patients talk about comparing eyes, either amongst the same surgeon or having had one eye done, surgically operated in one eye compared to the other by a different doctor.
I think we missed out who has to answer the question. But I think even by the same surgeon, they would always say the first eye which was done was much better than what you have done now. Because I think when you do the first eye, the difference which is perceptible is great. And when you do the fellow eye, then they know, one is that they know what to expect, and they always feel that the first eye was better. So I think others can also opine on whether this is their experience also.
Swati is there? Swati? Yes, Swati. Swati, you have to unmute. Yeah.
Yeah, so I also feel the same, that second opinions do definitely are very important to us, because we, as Ashiana said, we have patients in which we give some kind of treatment, and maybe the operated eye which was done earlier was not so good, but then it just depends on a lot of other situations. I would say how they take care of their eyes post-operatively, what the surgeons the surgical skills are, and it is definitely not a good idea to
You're having internet connection.
Speak negative about the surgeon. It is just that you have to opine at that point with the patient. So I also feel that give a heart-to-heart talk to the patient, be honest in what you are doing, and probably you would definitely, whatever the complications have been faced. There's nothing that you can do much about it. But also, as Dr. Namrata said, that we can always refer back the patient to the surgeon, assuring the patient again that probably he's the surgeon, he did a great job. Probably you can go back to him and tell him that he just had a second opinion, and he would like to get operated again by the same surgeon. So that's how I would look at it.
Beautiful, Dr.
Erin, you want to say something? Erin?
Yes. So I would, going back to what Ashiana was saying about two eyes and one eye always being superior or better seeing than the other, I would take that as an advantage also to show the patient, try to spin it so that you can say, if you're a little bit myopic with your second eye, say this is going to be a little bit more of your reading eye, and show the patient that yes, you may have a little bit decreased vision for the distance, but for up close, this is going to be your dominant eye for reading. And so show the patient, I think just reassuring the patient that the surgery was a success. You safely or If not, you got the lens in the right position. Nothing happened. It's nothing that the patient did either. It's just reassurance and walking the patient through kind of the gradual healing process after surgery and validating their concern, but also showing them that, hey, you may not have the distance you want, but look, you've got increased near vision. So just showing them that there can be positive, or trying to stay positive about the outcome as well.
Jeff, we have two Jeff here, Chef Tappan and Chef, both the Jeff, anything more to add? So Chef Tappan, we are very happy. So you're doing the mountain climbing from early morning with us.
Well, you know, it's a wonderful discussion. I just reiterate what everyone's been saying. I think the key thing, like Dr. Petty said, is to listen to the patient and try and understand what their reality is. And you have a patient who seems to have a good result. They don't understand they have a multifocal lens.
So
I think the first thing you have to do
2017-18 program, which was meticulously organized by All India Ophthalmic Society, especially the efforts of Partha sir and Dr. Natarajan.
Can we request those that are unmuted to kindly mute themselves, please?
Years of my work.
And
As an assistant professor at SMS Medical College, Jaipur, I have felt my interactions with residents has improved tremendously while supporting them in their learning journey.
And the tech team, if you can
While
kindly
overseeing
mute
undergraduate teaching of
the participants that are not
Since my
speaking.
department side, I'm making consistent efforts for improving ophthalmology teaching and MBA students as well, so that they develop a keener interest in ophthalmology and better
I think Raman,
of its nuances needed
the
at their
admin, I
level.
think is a
I have also
somebody.
assumed leadership roles
Raman,
in the Young Ophthalmology Society of
no,
India,
somebody from the,
Society,
I think some
and
other
organized
webinar
state
coming.
level PG
Yeah.
teaching program for glaucoma.
Raman,
Okay.
yeah, can you tell Rahul?
I think it is Sonal Kalia. We have to
Sonal
call
Kalia?
up. Yeah. Her thing is showing as active. That is why.
Yeah, no,
Dr.
fine.
Tabin, sorry about that. Dr. Tabin, can you give us your pearls once again?
I was just going to say that the key thing is really to listen. And as Dr. Petty said, you know, the patient's perception is their reality. And rather than trying to tell them what you see, I think the first thing is always to listen. When you're a consultant and you're having someone come, I often see patients are coming for a second, third, fourth opinion. It is really to listen and try and understand where they're coming from, what their perspective is, and then try to explain things, even as, you know, in that first, people really deserve and want to know the truth about their eye, and just to explain it as clearly as you can. But I think the key thing is to really listen, hear where the patient's coming from. I'm always supportive of my fellow ophthalmologists and try and put it in the best light, but to try and understand where the patient is coming from, their perceptions, and then try and explain the reality and the best part of the situation. And I try to, you know, point out the excellent aspects that, isn't this fantastic? You're a 72-year-old and you're able to see both near and far. You're reading 6/6 on the eye chart. And unfortunately, you know, we can't make you 18 again, but your surgeon did a really wonderful job. And look at how well you're seeing. You're seeing 6/6 on the eye chart, and you can read at 72 years old, and try and really put it into the best perspective possible. But I think the key thing is what Dr. Petty showed in his very first video, is that the patient's perception is their reality. And you need to come from the patient's perception rather than just putting your professorial knowledge and saying this is what it is, but really hear the patient out.
Beautiful, Dr. Tabin. So listening to the patient, I think another aspect too is, why not we just pick up the phone? If they tell us, right, that and the patient is referred to one family or global family, we can pick up the phone and we can speak to that, find out exactly what happened so that we can make sure that the care is seamless. So moving forward in our last couple of minutes, I want to open it up to Dr. Divakant Mishra to talk about anticipation, right? We don't want to speak for the patient. We don't want to assume what the patient wants, but how do we anticipate their needs?
Right. So before that, I'll talk about the previous scenario. So I had a different experience operating both eyes of the same patient. So the first eye I operated, it was a posterior polar cataract, and I had a lens drop. I took the patient again for surgery the other day and took out the nucleus and implanted a lens. Then I operated the second eye of the patient, which was a routine topical phacoemulsification. Patient was 20/20 and 6 both the eyes. But then he came back to me after 1 month and complained that you took a lot of care for my first eye, where you operated me twice, bandaged me, but my other eye you just operated in few minutes and didn't even put a bandage. And I'm having a lot of itching in that eye. So I had a really hard time explaining to him that no, I've done a better job in this eye. But that's about patient's perspective, and maybe some of the seniors can comment how to tackle such challenging situations.
Maybe Jeff Petty, can you add, or Erin?
Go ahead, Erin.
Yeah, you have to unmute, Petty. No, you have to unmute, Dr. Petty.
You know, I again, I just want to reiterate that in these type of situations where there are so many dynamics at play, understanding again where the patient's coming from, what their expectation is. Oftentimes it can be as simple as them just wanting a straight answer. Other times, again, they just perhaps need to get some emotion off of their chest. So again, trying to clearly understand what it is that they are thinking. Once I can arrive there, then it helps me to understand whether I'm the right doctor to help them medically, or if perhaps one of the specialists on the panel would be.
Erin?
I think, again, reassurance. Sometimes the patient just wants to know, hey, why are you paying so much more attention to one eye? You know, is what's going on with my other eye? And just reassurance, talking to the patient, letting them know, you know, there was a complication with that first eye. I think being very honest with your patients gets you pretty far. And just, you know, letting them know that the first eye was not a perfect, I wouldn't use the word perfect, I would say your typical cataract case, and it required a little bit extra attention, and we have to go back in to correct whatever didn't go, I say, beautifully with the first surgery. And I think patients are very receptive to that. I think the more that they understand and the more that they know about what happened, the more they, in the process, and just have a better understanding of what to expect in the end as well. So I think being open and honest with your patients is paramount.
Erin, I suddenly see in the screen more females than males here. So and I wanted to say that because you have climbed the Mount Everest, and what's your advice to both the men and the women here in the group now? And what does the patients feel about when the patients come to you? Do they know about that you climbed Mount Everest?
Most of them do not. I'm pretty private about stuff like that, but I get my motto is one foot in front of the other. So no matter what kind of step you're taking going forward, you always want to be moving towards something, making progress in whatever you're doing, whether it's, you know, a really tough phaco case, or who knows, going on a huge run. It's just keep moving, keep going forward, and keep reassessing the situation step after step after step.
And I think when we're that real with our patients, when we are that honest and transparent in our own lives, the way Dr. Lally is, and I know her dearly, when you're that transparent, it translates to your relationship with your patient. It's that real. It's that much like a family member, because you care, because you are a real human being, right? And so that is very important, to be yourself, to be transparent. We all have faults. It's not something to shy away from, but we're here as helpers, as servants, as I like to call it, for our patients. And so if we use that philosophy that we are not better than you are, we are here to help you, then the patient feels that, and they know that you're genuine. Dr. Eng, any final comments?
Yeah.
Well, look, I've really enjoyed today's session, and I would reiterate what everyone has said. What Erin was saying, one step at a time, I think that's so important. I think we've all had situations where we're operating and you run into a complication and it's so difficult and you actually literally feel like giving up. But you just kind of have to get back into the moment one step at a time. And, you know, having complications, what Professor Natarajan said, I remember when I was a junior consultant and I had one of my first complications, I was, you know, distraught, upset. And one of my mentors said to me, Andrea, if you never have a complication, it means that you don't operate. So we all have complications. And I think being open and honest and discussing it fully with patients so they understand what's going on is the most important thing. And they are receptive and open to that. And that actually helps with, it helps with the management of that complication, and it helps you and the patient, actually, not just the patient, but yourself, if you're open and are able to work through the problem with the patient. So I think it's, as everyone says, understanding the patient's needs and being open and transparent.
Swati, you being the pioneer of women ophthalmology, I think Mohita may be joining. Are you going to climb the Mount Everest following Erin?
I wish, I absolutely wish. I'm an avid snowboarder. I'm an avid snowboarder, but I'm not sure I'm a mountaineer.
Erin, I am so glad that I could meet you, and probably that is the hardest part. And you know, it is harder than breaking any kind of a brown or a jet black cataract. I would feel that we derive a lot of inspiration when we do other things than you know, just pursuing our profession, which I feel is still easier. And then doing all we are so impressed and so inspired. I think we should have you as one of our inspirations in the women's society.
Yeah. She's the inspiration for men's society also. And we have
Okay.
Jeffrey. So we are inspired.
Dr. Tabin and Dr. Lally both. Dr. Tabin and Dr. Lally both. They have not only climbed the pinnacles in career success, but the pinnacles of mountain success on this earth. And so it's really a fantastic day that we get to have both of them and all of you here together. I don't think the words on a slide can tell the true depth of leadership, the true depth of that patient-physician communication that all of you show day in and day out. And so thank you for sharing your pearls with us. This is something that's going to be shown to the public world over. It's on recording. And so may we all learn from the pearls that we learned today from each one of you and use that in our practices. It's not difficult. I should say it is difficult to be a young ophthalmologist right out of training and not know how to handle patient consent. Many times in different programs, it's not something that's taught, right? We are seeing 100 patients a day. So who's talking about it, as Dr. Mishra had taught me? The idea is that may we use this recording as the base foundation for learning what we need to do, and through our experience in day-to-day life, become better and better at communicating with our patients. So thank you very much.
So thank you, Ashiana, for putting up a wonderful, and thanks the panelists and the moderators. So we are moving to the next, and I want all of you to be there for the next 15 minutes because we are continuing with our patients. So I'm again sharing the screen. So we have Priyanka Sate. She's become a friend now. She's born in Mumbai and bred as actually she's born in Bombay because Bombay was before 92. And now it's Mumbai. And she's a Mumbai girl with a postgraduate in finance from London. And she worked for close to a decade, predominantly in the diplomatic missions in India in the trade and investment promotion division. Presently, she's a trustee and managing the administration of a 102-year-old NGO that her father revived while being a practicing anesthesiologist in Mumbai. And she's an avid reader, foodie by heart and mind. She comes from a 4th generation family of doctors on paternal and maternal slides. And no matter what she's given is one which I know now is a great writer. I follow her in the Facebook and she writes amazingly well. And I think if somebody is enjoying English, and I think you should read her posts, which are amazing. I think she writes well. And we have the next speaker, Kanchan Pamnani. And Kanchan, hello, nice to have you here. And I am happy to see you after a long time. And I think I'm a good friend. You're an advocate and solicitor, BCom LLM, and you're a national award as a role model by President of India, Women of the Year by Zonta Club, and Louis Braille Award by Sri Siyusha Pragnya Shakshu Mahila Seva Kunj Gujarat, and Award of Excellence by National Institute for Visually Handicapped Dehradun, and several other awards. And Kanchan is an advocate and solicitor, mainly practicing in the Bombay High Court, and has appeared in Supreme Court of India and other courts. Her work encompasses corporate, testamentary, property, and disability law. Her clients include Indian multinationals, NRIs investing in India, Indian financial institutions, private and public trusts, high net worth individuals, and NGOs working in the field of disability. Kanchan is highly qualified, being a graduate in commerce, BCom from Sydenham College, a postgraduate in law from LLM from the University of Bombay, a solicitor from Bombay, and has completed the Qualified Lawyers Transfers Test, England. She has also completed 2 courses from the World Intellectual Property Organization, Geneva, and a course in arbitration from the Indian Merchants Chamber, and a diploma in intellectual property law from the University of Bombay. Actively involved in various social causes. Currently, she's on the boards of CREA, an International Feminist Human Rights Organization, and NCPEDP, National Center for Promotion of Employment for Disabled People, and was DRR for RI District, that is from Rotary International District 314. She initiated and drafted the representation on behalf of the Visually Challenged to National Securities Depository Limited and the Indian Banks Association, which has resulted in guidelines that have benefited thousands of disabled people. And her interaction with the Reserve Bank of India promoted them to issue a circular regarding facilities and services to the visually impaired. And I think I want to correct it. I hope I'm right. I think the new word is for visually impaired is, I think, visually. What is that word? Ashena, can you help me? I forgot now. It came to my mind and I forgot. Or maybe Kanchan should tell that. I think we don't use the word visually impaired and visually handicapped. There's something else, I think, the new word for this. And she enjoys reading, swimming, photography, and traveling. So to first, Priyanka, you can go.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak to eminent doctors worldwide. So I was a patient of retinal detachment of Dr. Natarajan, and this happened to me very suddenly. And just to brief you that I did not have the typical symptoms of retinal detachment. I was driving my car around, but I felt something amiss in my eye. And that's when I went to Dr. Natarajan and I had a shallow detachment. Talking about patient and the patient perspective about a doctor, there are just 2 things that I'm going to, actually highlight. One is that the patient-doctor connect is very important, because once a doctor speaks to a patient, I personally believe, coming from the background that I am, half of your disease is almost gone. The doctor speaks to the patient, and the mental state of a patient takes a different turn, because I was a very anxious patient myself. I was convinced, and I think that helped them a lot on the table, because anxiety is what takes a toll on the patient, and it affects the procedure as well. And a doctor connect is very important. So that is what happened to me at Aditya Jodh. Dr. Natarajan spent time with me. I actually broke down and I cried in front of him, and I'm being very, very honest about it. But he was actually very convincing, and so was his senior retinal surgeon, Dr. Jaideep. So they answered every question of mine now and later. So a doctor connect is important. Like one of the doctors just pointed out, a heart-to-heart talk. It makes a huge difference to the patient's mindset while undergoing a surgery. That's one part. And the next part that I want to really highlight is the entire procedure. Like what is pre-op that you need to do? What do you do? What will happen during the surgery? What will be done? What is post-op? And what is in the time of the recovery until you are given a go that, okay, now you don't need to come back to the hospital for any checkup, you are fine. So those can be helped in terms of success stories that many patients can give a video or a write-up, connecting patients to different patient groups with the similar problems and how they have overcome it. Maybe tutorials that every patient can make of his or her experience and share it with the hospital that they were operated at, and then the hospital can share it with them, and a constant interaction. I understand that doctors there's paucity of time for doctors, but I connected via email because I did not want to buy their time in the OPD. And my doctors replied every word. Dr. Natarajan himself replied to every question of mine. And, you know, patients should feel free to ask any question to a doctor. I mean, I apologize that I know some of my questions might have been really, really stupid, but they really, really were practical because I have to run a house. I'm a female, and there are a lot of things that go around if a female has to get operated. So, you know, a male perspective of a patient versus a female perspective of a patient varies. So these are just two things, and I think that will bring about a huge change in a doctor-patient connect. That's all a patient needs, because I have seen in my family, when my family of doctors, you know, have just spoken to the patient, and the patient is like, okay, when do you want me to get operated? Right now, I'm ready. You know, that is the kind of a connect. A doctor who connects with the patient sorts his disease more than 50%. And the recovery is amazing. And my recovery was very exceptional for a change that we were caught in COVID. I was caught in a COVID period where I must tell you one thing, that Dr. Natarajan was very, very particular. He said that Bombay is down with coronavirus. I do not want to expose you. So I will do a video consultation with you, but you will only come when the curve flattens a little bit. And as the curve flattened, he called me for a follow-up. So an ideal 6-week follow-up, my follow-up actually happened after 2 months. But this kind of a convincing that he gave me over video consultation really, really helped. So at these times, patients get a little hyper. Oh, my consultation has not happened. My follow-up has not happened. What is going on behind my eye? But a connect here in these kind of pandemics absolutely works wonders on a patient's psyche. A patient's psyche is very important, I personally feel. So that's all I have to say. And thank you so much for giving me this platform to talk to all the stalwarts worldwide. I am absolutely grateful to all of you. Thank you so much.
I just want to give an advice to all the doctors here, including seniors and juniors. One thing you said, patients' questions are not stupid, because this is what I think. When I started the career, I remember that I learned from my mentor, Dr. Badrinath, that no question is stupid, because it may be silly for that patient, but it's not silly for the doctor. It should not be. And for me, it may be a routine, because I think I'm doing 38 years of retina surgery. It is a routine for me, but it's not a routine for a patient. And I understand that. And that's what I tell the young optometrists. And I hear most of the doctors are half my age, and maybe their age is my experience, surgical experience, but I still tell them, I think that no question is silly. So that's what I want to convey publicly, that may look silly sometimes, but I think all the questions are relevant, because as a doctor, we want you to do well, and we want you to be totally normal. And I think we have retina surgeons here and everywhere. So we want you to go back to the normal. We want you to do mountain climbing. We want you to do jumpy, whatever you want to do. I think that's what the modern medicine is about, except diabetic and other conditions. So next, I think maybe any other thing you want to say about the previous session. You are there logged in, about the doctor.
Oh yes, your previous session gave me a lot of highlights, you know, about second opinion, about standing by your doctors, about just one suggestion. So when you send back a patient to the previous doctor who's known as anatomy, I mean, it's a very good thing if you call up that doctor and say that, you know, your patient had come, I have spoken to him. This is my suggestion. Maybe that doctor is lacking some kind of a connect. Maybe the doctor is lacking something which you can see, and that could really solve the equation. Because what has happened is, one thing I want to let everybody know, that social media has become accessible right down into the rural regions of every country, and patients are very educated. They may not be educated on paper, but they know how to access social media. And you know, putting up negative post about a doctor is the first thing that patients do resort to if they are unhappy. So this can actually, this kind of a patient connect wherein unhappy with the previous doctor, if he is highlighted upon what is missing and if he corrects that with the patient, what happens is a lot of negativity and a lot of animosity comes down. And it definitely helps in the long term.
Yeah, I agree with you, Priyanka, and I think I do that as a practice because, again, I learned from Dr. Badrinath. One is even a patient referring another patient, I have a habit of calling. If a Priyanka refers, I'll call you. It's not for marketing, it's not for anything. I just want to tell them, you trust me and you have sent a patient, I've done this, and if the outcome is not good also, I call them and tell them, because all patients don't see. And I think it's a great point, and I think this is what I tell. And I also tell the residents and the optometrists who are in their early 20s and 30s, where sometimes they have the habit of telling something, they're murmuring something, reading the history. So I always tell them, if you want to do something, you go back, call me separate, tell something if you want to tell. Don't even tell some about even another patient in front of a second patient, because it's not a question of anything, but one, we maintain privacy, and I think as a patient also we want to respect their privacy. So I think great point. Now we can have Kanchan. Kanchan, how are you? You can unmute. You're muted. You have to unmute, Kanchan. No, you have to unmute. Somebody can help her, Kanchan. Still, it's muted.
Okay.
Oh, yes. No, again muted. No, again muted, Kanchan.
Okay.
Yes, Kanchan.
Audible now? Well, I'm very honored to be here amongst the doctors. I think I started my life with a gynecologist and landed up in the hands of an ophthalmologist, and I have been with ophthalmology for the last 50 years. But I am going to continue to be a patient, Dr. Natarajan, as you mentioned, but I will be a patient from all my life, I think. So I started with congenital cataract as a kid, and my relationship with my doctor was something like a family relationship. The first I can remember as a toddler, I wanted to jump, and I asked my doctor this question. I could have asked my father this question, but I asked my doctor this question. I want to jump. And he was like, wait a minute. He picked me up, took me in the air, did not toss me, just gently brought me down and said, that's your jump. This was something I learned as a child, that I cannot jump. I have weak eyes. I have to be very careful. But my doctor did that for me, and he didn't have to say it in so many words. At that time, I did not realize, but I knew. After that, I've always been very happy to go see my doctor. I had great marks in school, so I used to carry my mark sheet to show him every year. He saw it. He was appreciative. He didn't know what to do with me because I really had very weak eyes. Of course, the cataracts were done at that time, but by needling, not by phaco. My doctor relationship was scary. I used to go sit there for hours waiting for my turn to come. But when he saw me, I was happy. I came back relieved, happy. Those were the initial years. School was difficult. I had to sit up in front in school because I could barely see, but I had a plus 11. I managed. My number kept coming down a bit, and I was a little happier, but I think my doctor was not so happy that my number went down. I don't know what the myopia situation, but I can't explain it, that you all will understand. Subsequent to which, I was in college. I enjoyed college more than I liked school because I could sit right behind in class and there was no need to sit right up in front because nothing was written on the board. Difficulties did arise at different stages in career and in my school and college life. Doctor was part of it. Every year I saw my doctor religiously. Nothing changed much except the number. When I moved on from glasses to contact lenses, that also soft contact lenses, hard didn't work with me. Soft contact lenses, I was so happy to be without glasses. I really, the squint and nystagmus, nothing bothered me. I was so happy to be without glasses. After that, well, then the needling, the debris came back of the cataract, some needling had to be done. Then I had my giant retinal tear. And immediately my doctor flew me to England. He said, I can't do it for you. You really have weak eyes. Please go to the specialist there. So I went off to Cambridge to Mr. Scott, and he took care of me. Subsequent to which, I had another surgery in India with Dr. Badrinath. I didn't recover my one eye. My second eye I started having a problem when Dr. Shroff wasn't there. My regular doctor, my lifelong doctor wasn't in the country. I went to another doctor in Bombay. Well, when you talk about second opinions, just now I heard a lot of comment about second opinions being good surgeries, etc. I had a very bad surgery. I mean, it was good. It was a retinal detachment. They sorted out. But within 15, 20 days, I started having, I stopped seeing properly. My Dr. Shroff was back. I didn't go to my old doctor, to the surgeon who had operated on me. He looked at my eye, was horrified at what had happened to my eye. And basically PBR had set in. And I was flown back to England. My doctor there was horrified again. And these were both doctors. Okay, they could have kept calm and they could have called the doctor and said, great surgery. But no, they were honest people. And in a way, that was great for me because I didn't want to go to any malpractice or anything of that sort. I wasn't interested. I'm not going down that line. But I was happy that I knew the enormity of the problem because it was really serious. And I was scared and I didn't know what to do. And my father started shouting at me, walk straight, walk straight. And I couldn't walk straight because I just couldn't see. So he understood there was a problem. And we went back to England. And my Mr. Scott looked at me again and sorted out the problem. It took him 2 surgeries to sort out some of the problem. And I recovered some sight. The perception and reality of a patient. I was sitting in his waiting room one day just before I left for India. And I was reading with my magnifying glass and he was watching me. And I didn't know he was watching me. And he's looking from there and saying, oh, wow, my surgery has been successful. Because there I was sitting with a magnifying glass and reading. And he had never expected that to happen with the kind of eyes I brought in. But, well, I was happy because he was happy. And actually, I could see. So he had done a wonderful job. And I was back. Over time, with macular degeneration, I lost my sight. Initially, it was difficult to accept, but it was very, I had no choice but to accept. And the doctor supported me. They kept checking for my pressure and my cornea started having problems after that. But while I had the macular degeneration and I started losing sight, doctors could not tell me how soon I would lose sight and how much sight I will keep. Well, that's okay. There's nothing much you can do. But of course, there is a choice of telling patients what are the options available. Today, there is so much technology. I'm living on technology today. I am a solicitor. I practice law. I appear in the Bombay High Court. I was scared when I was low vision. I couldn't see the faces of the judges. I didn't know what the expressions were, whether they wanted me to sit, whether they wanted me to continue speaking, or whether they were, not looking at me, but looking at the papers. I couldn't see all that. Now, I'm not bothered. I make a few mistakes. Maybe the judge will shout at me, sit down, but normally they don't. They have accepted the fact that I cannot see and I am going to do my work. I have decided I'm going to be a solicitor. I'm going to practice. I love arguing in court. That is my commercial work. I do that for a living and I enjoy it. And I give my heart to that. There is another part of me that now knows that there is, maybe there will be more complications with the cornea later. Maybe there will be a retinal fix in the future. I do not know, but those I keep aside for a later day. What I think of now is the world is blind, when there is cataract in the country and we do not have enough doctors doing it. We have people who are blind when they shouldn't be blind. I am blind because I am blind, but others who have available, there is a solution. I don't know why we cannot give it to them. And therefore, I really appreciate people like Ashiana coming back from the US when she need not have come and really giving back to this country where she didn't take from this country because she studied there, she's grown up there, she's born there. So she need not have been here. But anyway, there are other reasons that I go back to my disability work. I have done a lot of writing for the disabled, getting rules changed. And this country is very wonderful on that. And I hope the doctors know that we can do a lot of things. I am pretty independent. I won't say I'm fully Atmanirbhar, but I am reasonably Atmanirbhar as an independent in my life. COVID has taught me that, yes, there is more technology to be learned and it has to be learned quickly. I wish doctors would try in their practices to know what is available and not put up their hands. I had this experience with my Dr. Shroff, my wonderful Dr. Shroff. When I had my first retinal detachment, I didn't know it was a retinal detachment. I'd never heard the word. I went to see him alone. That was the first time I probably saw him alone and not with my full family towing along. We went there. I mean, I went there and I sat there and put his head in his hand the minute he had examined me and said, "Oh God, RD." And when he said the word RD, I felt as if there was a death knell. But no, he called my dad in and he arranged for me to go to England, and well, I recovered my sight. So you can keep a positive image all throughout, but sometimes it's nice for the patient to know how seriously you think about the case, because, well, I understood that I would have to rest for a few days before going to England. In those days, it couldn't be arranged so easily. So Dr. Shroff's his head in his hand really gave me that feel that, oh, it is serious. Okay. Otherwise, discussing with your patients how they can go forward is also good. I know now low vision specialists do it, psychiatrists speak about it, but even the surgeon knowing a little bit about it. And I had told Dr. Natarajan once when we had met in Hyderabad that once the doctor finishes his work, it is my work that starts, the rehabilitation, etc. But I wish the doctors would know a little bit more about it. It is all available today. There was a generation when my mom had to write around the world and not get response from most of the world, but there was nothing available. There was no internet. Today, everything is available and people are there. I'm only grateful to all my doctors for taking the time to take care of me. I am very happy that I've had wonderful doctors, and Dr. Shroff, Dr. Baliwala, and some of my really, really wonderful doctors. I'm grateful to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kanchan. I think really, I remember even meeting you with Dr. Badrinath and Dr. Gulapalli Rao in my inauguration. I think you came for the public meeting, and I think I remember very well. And I think that's why I learned. And I keep telling this in every meeting. As a vitreoretinal surgeon, we see patients like you, and after all the best surgeries, patient may not see. And then I always tell them it's not over. And I actually, I'm happy that you are here today and expressed your heart. And then you told about your profession. So I found the word. I think that now the new word Government of India says is visually challenged and physically challenged. They don't use the word impaired and disability. So I think you're only challenged. So I think you can challenge us. And I think we are very happy you are here. And this is what I want to convey. We have the young doctors of the world in this group now. And we want to tell them, I think once everything is over, whether the surgery is done well or the patient is not seeing, I think the thing is not over. And I always say, when a patient who doesn't see after my surgery, not because of the fault, it's because of the pathology, whatever, I think that patient brings me gift. He brings me Diwali, he sends me Diwali gifts. I still have a very old man. He's 85. I operated him 30 years back. He even now calls me. And he 2 weeks back, he called my hospital and shouted at my reception, "Give Natarajan's mobile number." I know him very well. And since he was old, and when I went to the hospital, the receptionist was upset, "Sir, the patient is very angry that I'm not giving the number." So I said, "You give my number," and I connected to the patient. I told him he is hard of hearing because his children are doctors, but they are in England. And I called him and told him, "I'm like your son, so no problem." And I said, "I'm sorry, you forgive my receptionist because generally don't give the number because the patients don't know when to call and they don't respect." So that's the reason I didn't give the number. But you can call me. I gave my residence number to him because I said, in case you don't get my mobile because of the signal, you call me at the home. And he only said, "I wanted to wish you all the best. Take care." Because of COVID, he called me. And it was like a parent because I don't have parents now. So I think the relationship I've developed, because now I think I can tell after 38 years of my practice, and I've seen Dr. Badrinath working, my father, grandfather working, and I think my grandfather's day was different. And I think when the patient was telling pain and the doctors used to shout at them. But now I think it's totally different. And I think I have also been a patient in other fields. So I always decided that I'll be a normal person. If I have pain, I'll tell the doctor I have pain. And if I have, so I think that's why I expect the patient so I can understand the compassion. So I'm happy you are here. And I think in spite of no vision, and as you said, God has opened here some other vision. And this is what I tell every ROP child, because so many ROPs I have treated 30 years back, the technology was not good. They are blind. But even you have the Stevie Wonder, who's a Grammy Award winner, and he's a good friend of Mark Mayan, and he made that Wonder Vision Foundation. Thanks for doing everything, and we are there, myself. And as you rightly pointed out, that's why I read the biodata of Ashiana as an example, not just to appreciate her. I think she deserves more, but I think it's not easy to give up excellent life, that too an academic life in US, and come back here, and I know how difficult. I mean, she had that experience with me yesterday. I was struggling so many things with her, and I learned a lot. So I think finally, as a doctor, we want to make sure every patient is happy. Vision or somebody like getting vision is not the only thing. I think I always tell, whether you get vision or not, if the patient knows that we have done the best, I think the patient will appreciate. And I think the patient and the family. I have several patients like you, Kanchan, who are still coming to me, and they'll come and ask me. I think there are so many people, children I have treated as blind, and because I've seen them with some problem and then became blind, and they are now 30s and 40s. And at the same time, I have operated congenital cataract at the age of 1 in 1986, and now you can imagine 36 years old guy. I went for his marriage. He's got children. So I think there are both examples. So I think I'm happy to be, and I'm always tell, I actually develop personal relationship with the patient, and I remember somehow God has given that. I asked them how's their grandfather, and I went to some clinics in US, and I know sometimes the receptionists make a note and tell them, I remember, I don't remember who the surgeon, but I think he writes back that he came on a Wednesday, it was raining or it was snowing, and then the next time when the patient comes, he says, when you came last time, it was snowing, and hi, darling, how are you? And I think it was not artificial. I think I learned a lot in several clinics in the US when I visited, but I'm a pure Madras mate. I'm trained everything in India and no training abroad. I'm happy I'm training surgeons world over. Thanks a lot. It's a great learning, Kanchan. And Ashiana, you want to say something?
I just want to say a word of thanks to Priyanka and Kanchan for really teaching us so much. I think, can you hear me, Professor?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
I just want to say a word of thank you because you have taught us so much. You have taught us the importance that, when we finish our work, your work starts. And we should remember that. Our work is just in the clinic. Your work is your entire life. And it's not easy. So we must understand that. We must understand honesty, as you said. We must understand that fear is a real thing, and that only if we are ourselves a patient, which aren't we all as doctors a patient in some way, shape, or form? So if we remember what it feels like to be in a waiting room, to be scared, and really put ourselves in the shoes of the patient that stands before us, then maybe we can become as great as Dr. Shroff, as Dr. Natarajan. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I think no words of enough to thank you. And I remember my teacher telling me, you have finished your exam, you're a qualified ophthalmologist, but your exam starts from today. I said, why, sir? He said, every patient is your examiner. So I think it's not a fear of examination, but I think we have to examine the patient. That's why it's called clinical examination. So, when you go for exam, you write an exam. So every patient is an examiner. So I think that's why if you have love and care, you don't have to be afraid, and we can treat every patient. And that's what is a lesson to every one of us. And thank you, Kanchan, and thank you, Priyanka. And thanks for taking part. And I wish we keep meeting and we should have this interaction. So we go to the next session, which I again share the screen. And that's my personal session, which is because I'm a LDP alumni from American Academy. So I started the AOS LDP. So I'm thankful to the leaders of All India Ophthalmic Society in the 2005, and particularly Dr. Satyajit Sinha is here. So Dr. Satyajit Sinha, I want you to special thanks to your father, Dr. Ajit Sinha, who was the one who was when the committee, that time Dr. Tiwari was asking, what are you going to do by doing this leadership? And I'm thanks to Lalit Verma. He allowed me to, somehow Lalit Verma was supposed to go because he was the secretary and I was the chairman of scientific committee. And Dr. Tiwari asked me, I said, no, sir, I would like to go. He asked me why. I didn't know why, because I said, I want to go. But I knew, thanks to Dr. A.K. Sinha, that time, Ajit Sinha, sir. And Satyajit, you are there? So,
yes, sir.
I want to introduce Dr. Devakant. Devakant is a vitreoretinal surgeon, done his fellowship on ocular oncology, and he's an ROP consultant at ICO Super Specialty Eye Hospital, Lucknow. He has completed the retina training and repeated institutes like Sri Shankar Dev Netralaya, Guwahati, and Bayer's Eye Institute, Stanford, San Francisco. He holds the position of General Secretary, Young Ophthalmology Society of India, and Editor-in-Chief of Young Ophthalmologist Time. And I should say that when they interviewed me a few years back, and I think I took 3 months to answer the question. So the questions were framed, so I took time. And he's the recipient of various international ophthalmic awards like Achievement Award by Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology, Bangkok 2019, Ophthalmic Hero of India 2019 and 2018, the Yasutan Award from Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology, Singapore in 2017, and the APVRS Award 2018, Malaysia, Singapore, and ICO Best Award 2017-18. He has published extensively, 30 publications, indexed and non-indexed, and book chapters, and has been invited faculty at various international conferences like American Academy of Ophthalmology, Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology, EURETINA, and presented in conferences like WOC Mexico, APO Singapore, APO Hong Kong, APVRS Malaysia, EURETINA Vienna, and National Forum. He's a reviewer for Class 1, ICO, IGCO, and other awards. Best poster in VRSA 2018, KR Datta Gold Medal for Best Research Paper 2018, First Prize Dr. Raman Mitchell Gold Medal, OPA 2015, AOS IGO Writing Competition 2017, Video Second Prize OTSI 2015, and OSA 2016 State Ophthalmology Quiz Champion 2015. And we have Dr. Satyajit Sinha, who's presently the Academic and Research Committee member. He's the first LDP alumni of All India Ophthalmic Society, presently Section Editor, Indian Journal of Ophthalmological Society, present Joint Secretary of Bihar Ophthalmic Society, member of Scientific Committee, member of Scientific Committee of Bihar Ophthalmic Society, Treasurer of Patna Ophthalmic, Secretary of Patna Ophthalmic, Joint Secretary of Eastern India, IRSI Gold Medal 2018, recipient of Dr. D.K. Ghosh Gold Medal, Best Paper Presentation at Karnataka, Best Poster Presentation again at Karnataka, Educational Fund Award by APAO, presented papers and invited guest faculty at various conferences, national and state conferences. And I've seen him in the WOC. We met him in the Christ in Brazil, chief instructor and co-instructor for various courses. And as we mentioned here, he is LDP alumni 2007-8, nominated by AOS to present in APAO LDP program at Manila and Tokyo, and presently president of St. Michael's High School Alumni Association Patna. And I think I met him when he was in school. And we have Dr. Kirti Jain, who's again a LDP alumni from ASA LDP batch 2019. So she's just a 1-year-old baby in LDP, health activist, and ARC National Diabetic Retinopathy Campaign, GSI Glaucoma Awareness Program Awareness, Benefits of Yoga, social work for founder Aronya Foundation for People, and will work towards avoidable blindness, environmental conservation, support system for poor, and teaching of yoga. And like Priyanka said, I saw her in the stage in LDP last year, this year rather, in February 20, she broke down emotionally, and I think that's what we appreciated her, that she's really blossomed as an LDP. And we have Dr. Sonal Kalia, and she's a gold medalist and assistant professor from Upgraded Department of Ophthalmology from Jaipur, Vice President, Young Ophthalmic Society of India, Executive Member, Jaipur Ophthalmological Society, LDP Alumni 2017-18. Like how I learned working with Ashiana. See, I work with young people like Dr. Sonal, Dr. Ashiana, and many, because I learned a lot from them. She did the first program with me as an IGO writing competition when I was the editor at IGO. And then we have Dr. Devin Prabhakar, and after LDP, I have not met him. I keep seeing him in FB. He's an LDP alumni from 2014, and he did it with us in AOS, IIM Calcutta, and B School, Kerala State Ophthalmic Society Executive Member 15 to 17, and Scientific Committee Member 17-19. He's a health activist and Best Doctor Awardee, Government of Kerala 2013. IMA Prevention of Blindness Project, Kerala State Convener, World's First Glaucoma Awareness Scuba Dive, Maldives, YouTube channel, 7 lakh views, amazing. Salute to Devin. TV channel interview, 100+, articles in newspapers, magazine, 50+, anti-narcotics campaigns, breast cancer screening, 1 lakh, social work, Secretary General, SN United Mission, International, Convener Swasti Foundation. And I see, Devin, you write a lot about your mother, I think, and Atik Sheikh, and I know his father well, and a managing partner at Fatima Eye Clinic, cataract and refractive surgeon, academic director, Fatima Eye Institute of Optometry, scientific committee chairman, Madras ICON 68th annual conference of TNOA. I told him that you should do an LDP in TNOA. I hope you should do it in at least online now, because physical meeting is not there. The executive member of the Madras City Ophthalmic Association, where I'm still a life member, section editor of the TNOA Journal, again I'm a life member there, and leadership development alumni from AOS 2017-18. He is TNOA Captain Subramanian Best Video Awardee 2014, and has been part of instruction course at ASCRS, WOC, APAO, AOS, TNOA, and made video presentation at APO, APACRS, ESCRS, and TNOA. I'm glad I see people like him, because I've seen him, Satyajit and all, from his school days. And Geetanjali Sharma is now the president of the Pune Ophthalmic Society. For our first program, she invited me, but it became during COVID time in May. And she's a coordinator, COVID Task Force, Kondwa, Vanavadi area, Pune, academic committee member of the International Society for Manual Small Incision Cataract Surgery, Maharashtra State, moderator of Informed Consent of Ophthalmic Surgeries in Marathi for AOS. She did a wonderful job. I'm sure Dr. Namrata will appreciate that. Past secretary and joint secretary of Pune Ophthalmic Society, past president, Kondwa, Vanavadi Medical Practitioner Association. She's LDP alumni, AOS 2011-12, and I should appreciate she has every MOS conference an LDP session. And thanks to her for asking me to come and share my views. And I think she's exposed to many faculty about LDP. And I'm glad even Ashiana asked me, many of her friends asked her, what is LDP? So this session, I know you're a little delayed, but I'm taking the time to read about everybody, because it's a pleasure, because I've seen them, unknown figures, before they joined LDP. And I'm glad as an AOS, whatever position I was, I'm happy to see them grow. And I wish and I pray that they become and they excel me in every activity, like everything what they do. And their best paper award at NASCON, and then International College of Surgeons, Dr. Sehgal Award, Best Poster Award at ICS International Meet, Dr. Madhusudan Jamwar Netra Seva Award, Anandibai Karve Award, Lakshmi Baba Ranade Trophy, Gupte Trophy, Special Award at AOSC for her excellence in poetry, poet and Kathak dancer. And I think Dainik Sakal has, it's a newspaper, felicitated her with the Woman of the Year Award. And I learned her from her a lot of presentation as how she's wearing various hats. And we have Naina Pota. She looks like a schoolgirl in this photograph. She's professor of ophthalmology in LTMC, that is the Lokmanya Tilak Medical College in Siam, Mumbai. She is a teacher for 23 years. She looks like a 23 in this photograph. PG examiner, fellowship from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, publication in international and national journals, faculty in various conferences. She's a MS, DNB, MNAMS, FACO. I've given her a challenge to work on whether she can work on enucleated eyes and COVID. And I gave the same homework to Ashiana. I don't know when I'll be able to do that because of the various problems of COVID. Deaths, we don't know what to do with the COVID eyes. And Dr. Mohita Sharma, she is the founder of Tirupati Eye Center. She is the founder of Women Ophthalmic Society. And I'm glad she made me as a she's again an LDP alumni, and she's a retina, cataract, and LASIK. And I didn't myself remember she came as a 3-day short-term fellow with Aditya Jyot, and she said she observed me, and she told me that she's taken me as a role model how to practice, because I actually practice like what I practice, how they practice this in US, and I do only my retina work. So she says, you're like a boss, you come, everybody, everything is done, and you see last 2 minutes and you talk to the patient, and then the patient goes mesmerized. How's that? And I think you have listened to the whole session, how it happens. She's the General Secretary of IMA in Noida, UP State Ophthalmic Society, Women Ophthalmology Society of India, Women Ophthalmologists Worldwide Network, ex-president and secretary of Noida Ophthalmic Society, invited speaker for more than 400 national and international conferences, awards, WIO Honorary Award at San Diego. I want to say that I was a guest speaker for WIO in AAO in 2012, and Champions of Change Award, WOC 2018, President Appreciation Award, IMA 2017, Gold Medal by IRSA in 2016, International Heroes Award by AOS in 2018, U Award by Narayan Netralia in 2018, Gold Medal by ISCKRS New Delhi 2019, Gold Medal by iBeach Film Festival in Goa 2019, RP Tendon Oration JHOS 2020, BC Award for Best Secretary UPIMA 2020. and Dr. Trapti Sharma. And it was a pleasant surprise to meet her in the indoor conference because she's practicing 100 miles away from indoor. And actually, it was a nice offer. And I actually worked from morning 7 to night 9 in the conferences. And after 9, I'm actually again a free bird. And she took me around in midnight with her husband, of course, to the indoor eating place. And she has done a fellowship in pediatric ophthalmology and squint, phaco, and facial aesthetics with experience of more than 10,000 surgeries. She's a consultant in Viraj Hospital, Kargone, Madhya Pradesh, which is again, as I said, 100 kilometers. Her husband is amazing. They run a 50-bedded multi-specialty hospital, and amazing. I'm very executive in charge of operational and financial management. I keep inquiring her. I ran a hospital for 30 years, but I still don't know how to really run. But I think hospital is running with my other people. But she's doing it wonderful, and she told me that she came for an interview as a fellow. I didn't remember that, so I don't know. We have been instrumental in meeting so many young people, and I'm glad they all remember me. Active member of AOS and now an LDP alumni. She's a part of WS and SSTC, that is Surgical Skill Transfer, which Dr. Lalit Verma and Dr. Partha are doing. 30 faculty sessions, 12 papers, 15 posters, 3 video presentation, national and state conference. And Dr. Vaishali Une, she's an associate professor, Department of Ophthalmology, Government Medical College, Aurangabad, President of Aurangabad now Ophthalmic Association. So I'm happy that all the LDP, I've chosen a few. I think we have more than 100 LDP alumni. I'm glad, even though I'm supposed to be like a grandfather, but I look like a grandson to all of them. Pediatric ophthalmologist and strabismologist. The LDP batch 2019, that means just a year old, short-term fellowship in pediatric ophthalmology at Arvind Eye Institute, Coimbatore, and the RP Center, AIMS, New Delhi, presented papers at the World Congress of Pediatric Ophthalmology and Strabismus in Milan 2012 and Hyderabad 2017, APCRS Kuala Lumpur 2015, and AAPOS SPOC Jaipur 2016. And I think I'm happy that I took a lot of time to introduce, but I took this time because I have given 2 minutes to each. I hope and everybody will speak 2 minutes from their heart. I told them no presentation. But before that, I think Dr. Devakant has a 8-minute presentation. Please go ahead, Devakant. And sorry, I took more time than the presenter's presentation because I'm sure everybody is listening. It's going to be on record. And each one's CV, I know it's condensed CV, which I want everybody to be inspired. I hope the first-year medical students all over the world are watching this.
Thank you so much, sir. To start with, at the outset, I would like to thank Professor Natarajan sir, the leadership of AIOS and ICO, and Dr. Ashiana as well for this wonderful opportunity. I'll be talking about the AIOS Leadership Development Program, the program itself, and the impact it has had on me. So I was very fortunate to be part of the LDP batch 2018-19. So before I came into ophthalmology, I had really less experience in terms of leadership positions. If I remember, the only leadership position that I held was probably in standard 4th as the class monitor, and which was also by rotation. So, but when I came into ophthalmology and started specializing into retina, I realized, and when my association with the Young Ophthalmologist Society grew, I realized that I need, sooner or later, I'll need to take up some leadership roles. And I found that I was not probably ready for taking such a role. Then I came across a notification by AIOS which told about the Leadership Development Program, and I was quite intrigued by this program. And I discussed it with some of my seniors. So their question was, why a leadership development program? They wanted to know whether I wanted to be a politician. So that is the lack of understanding that is there in terms of leadership. They associate it with politics, and politics is something bad. That is what the understanding is. But what we need to know is that to grow as an ophthalmologist of today and of tomorrow, we need a broader skill set, which is a lot more than our clinical expertise and experience. Because as I realized, and a lot of us realize that all doctors are thirst into leadership roles. They want it or they don't want it. And our training programs don't offer the skills that are required because it is not part of the core curriculum. Another thing that I thought myself that whether leadership can be taught. So I read this wonderful quote which said that leadership cannot really be taught. It can only be learned. So a program like LDP, what it does is that it arms you with the required set of skills, the orientation to be a leader. It gives you all the information. Of course, the execution is in your hands, and the most important thing it does is that it puts you directly in touch with our leaders like Professor Natarajan, Dr. Sinha, and you learn and you get to imbibe so much from them just by being in their presence. So as we all know, AIOS LDP was started by Professor Natarajan way back in 2008 when he returned after attending the American Academy LDP, and we are so thankful for him to bringing this initiative to India and following it so passionately for the past decade or so. So this program has three goals, the most important being identifying the potential leaders in the world of ophthalmology, providing them with the necessary orientation and skills that will turn them into great leaders. And the LDP doesn't leave your hand there. It keeps on promoting you into leadership positions. So we all are here sitting on an international webinar and talking about leadership, and that's all thanks to the LDP program. So the selection process is simply by nomination by state societies to the ARC chairperson, and then they're selected on basis of their resume. I had, on a personal note, I had a tough time getting into LDP at that time because I belonged to a different state and I was training in another state. So neither of the states were ready to nominate me for this program, but I kept persisting, and I'm so thankful to them for allowing me to be part of this wonderful program. It's a very well-structured program, and so that all even busy practitioners and trainees are able to attend it. It comprises of 4 sessions. The first session is at the annual meeting of AIOS. And for a person like me, it was a wonderful opportunity to meet and interact with our AIOS leaders and learn about their leadership experiences. Then something that medical people are not exposed to is a business school. So we went to a V school at Wellinger, Mumbai, and we spent wonderful couple of days, and we learned about things which we usually do not learn during our training. So things like recruiting, retention, personal finance, then management strategies when you're working in a bigger hospital, things like brand building, public relations, managing media and press releases. We are not exposed to such things, and we were in a very comprehensive manner, we were told about these things, about financial aspects, and very important things like ergonomic stress management and impact fitness as well. And it was not all teaching and all. We spent wonderful time with Natarajan sir's family. He took us out to have street food in Mumbai, and he made us dance to his tunes as well. So that was a wonderful time. And the highlight was the Pegasus experience. So that's a leading body in these leadership training modules, and they have trained the Indian cricket team and some leading corporate houses of India as well. So we spent a couple of days in the wild training. It was like a camp like of a situation where we trained, and so many different activities were planned out, and things like team building, leadership were all taught in a very fun and exciting manner. So we spent a wonderful time there. And the concluding session was in the subsequent AIOC, where we were supposed to present about the work that we have done, and the best presentations were awarded as well. So after the conclusion of my LDP experience, I learned that there are 4 core values that you need to have as a leader. A leader needs to have a vision and a purpose, because an aimless leader, nobody would like to follow. Then you need to have integrity. Your integrity should be intact so that people can look up to you, and then you don't need to demand leadership. You easily command it. And there are 2 skills that are very important, your communication skills and developing interpersonal relationships. Because as doctors, a lot of us are de facto leaders at every level of our practice with our patients. As we were discussed in the previous session, we were discussing all our patients look up to us. So a great amount of leadership is required, and we have this wonderful opportunity to influence our patients. Then at the meso level, if we are working in a small setup with a few staff, or working in a huge institute with hundreds of staff, we need a lot of leadership, because we are the captain of the ship there, and all the responsibility lies on us. And a lot of administrative roles are also required to be taken up. Last year, when I entered into private practice, I was managing just 1 center, retina practice of 1 center, and just within a year, I'm managing practice of 6 centers right now. So the knowledge that I gained at the leadership program has really helped me in managing that. And at the macro level, when you are working in an organization, so talking about Young Ophthalmologist Society, the interesting fact is out of 7 office bearers, 5 are LDP graduates. Dr. Sonal, Dr. Avnish, Dr. Indivar, Dr. Karan, all of them are graduates from LDP. And this program has helped all of us to develop YOSI into, by connecting thousands of young ophthalmologists from all over India and even internationally. At this present moment, we have connect with all major young ophthalmologist association, and it's such a wonderful way of expressing our relations. And we have taken YOSI forward, and we have formed, we are in the process of forming an Asia Pacific wing for young ophthalmologists, and ophthalmologists from 20 countries have joined us. And all these efforts would not have been possible without the leadership skills that we learned. And with Natarajan sir's support, we were able to become members of ICO also this year. So this connect with Natarajan sir, with LDP has helped us greatly in this as well. So LDP cannot help us lead everywhere. So that's my wife, Neharika. She's the leader. So probably in future sessions, we can learn that as well. So 2018-19 was a year of transformation for me. It brought a lot of confidence in me. I was able to develop my communication skills. I was better able to understand the issues being faced in ophthalmology, and that's all thanks to LDP. And for future leaders, as young ophthalmologists, we are at a unique position where there's a mix of clinical practice, scientific research, policy making, healthcare delivery. And we need to prioritize the cultivation of effective leadership skills in young ophthalmologists. And this leadership should be in medical schools and needs to be nurtured during the ophthalmology training as well. So I would like to request Natarajan sir if we can have some LDP modules for residents and fellows exclusively, so that they can be recruited as leaders from the training period as well. So thank you so much, and special thanks to Partha Biswas sir and the whole ARC team at that time for helping us and developing our leadership skills. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Devakant. And I want to just tell one photograph in Pegasus where everybody is wearing pant and I'm wearing half pant. So I deserve to be a grandson. So, so thank you. Thank you, Devakant. I think you brought out fantastic. I wish our leaders were yesterday there. I think Namrata is here, I think. I hope she's there. And Lalit is there, or I don't know. Anyhow, we have a Dr. Awa Hussain, who's the president to be for Asia Pacific. She's there with us. So I start with now Satyajit, who's the, should I call the senior most LDP here?
I think so. I must be. So thank you so much, Dr. Natarajan, for this opportunity. Devakant, very nice presentation you made just now. One of the things we all have to learn from Dr. Natarajan, the way you have grown in 1 year. You are so passionate about YOSI, LDP, and Asia Pacific. This thing has to be there for the next 20 years. Because this man, Dr. Natarajan, that I'm seeing, he's as passionate about LDP as he was in 2004 and 5, and now it is 2020. And every time, every day, he's still worried about how to take LDP to the next level. From what we attended at Preetham Hotel in Bombay in 2007-8, from what it is now a 3-day program LDP, there's a world of a difference, and it's hugely because of Dr. Natarajan's personal interest into it. And the whole idea is how you have to not only pursue your dream, you have to continue to keep pursuing it, to keep taking it to greater heights. It's not like some end goal has to be reached and then we will stop it. Dr. Natarajan has been continuously in the process of taking it higher and higher, and that is something we have to learn. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Dr. Natarajan.
Thank you. So next, we'll have Dr. Kirti Jain. I forgot to tell one thing about Kirti Jain. I learned because she said LDP opened her up. Another thing I learned from her is she's a landmark graduate, and I think she will probably, I hope she will tell something about it. I learned, even though she learned lots from LDP, and I think I learned a lot from her. Yes, Kirti. Oh, you have to unmute. You have to unmute.
A very good afternoon, each and everyone. Like, it is really indeed an honor for me to be on this platform. Like, this is my first platform like this. And special thanks to Natarajan sir for like remembering me for this LDP reunion. Uh, I'm from the immediate past LDP batch, like 2019 to 2020. If in one line I say what I got out of my participation in LDP is like I got the purpose of my life. I am into practice since last 16 years, and it is a solo private practice, and I am doing everything, like I am operating also and doing everything on my own. But everything, it was like something is missing in my life. There is no vision, there is no purpose, and this is not what I like studied higher education for. So during my LDP tenure, what I realized was like I am more interested in educating people. I am more interested in screening. Like I want to work towards eliminating the avoidable blindness. I am interested in overall well-being of an individual, both at the mental and the physical level. And I am interested in environment conservation. Like uh, if a tap is open, like it hurts me. So if water gets waste, then it hurts me. Like I'm like this. The outcome of my participating in LDP is formation of an NGO by the name Arunya, and Arunya means first ray of rising sun. Like I'm for the past 1.5 years, I am very much into yoga, meditation, and pranayama. So sun always fascinates me. Like it is a whole soul energy for me. So my organization is also after sun, and the purpose of this organization is working towards avoidable blindness, especially the diabetic retinopathy of prematurity and glaucoma, because like most of the people are now aware of cataract, but they are not much aware about the glaucoma and the diabetic retinopathy, and the retinopathy of prematurity. I think it is not even known to many, like not in my area. And second is, as I want to work towards the overall well-being of an individual, so nothing works better than the yoga and pranayama. And I want to correlate how it, like scientific correlation of yoga, pranayama, meditation, and like giving it to the masses, like educating it to the masses through my organization only. And the third is the environment conservation. So for me, like participating in LDP is a game changer. Like it's really a life changer for me. And I want to specially thanks Nitrajan sir, because I have not applied for the LDP program. I went for the SNEC interview at Kolkata, and there Dr. Nitrajan suggested me to join the LDP, and that's how I am here. So thank you, Nitrajan sir, for that opportunity, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kirti. Next, Sonal Kalia.
A very good afternoon to all of you, especially the erudite faculty of Ophthalmology, Leadership Beyond Borders. So as Natrajan sir has already pointed out, I am an LDB alumni. I was in 2017-18 program, which was extremely meticulously organized by AIOS, Partha sir and Natrajan sir. And my journey has been through a transformation in all the spheres of my life, basically. I would begin with my brief work in YO Times since its inception with Tarun Arora. And that was a work which was very close to my heart, but I had not taken up any formal leadership role. But after the LDP, I decided to take up the prominent role in YOSI and the local ophthalmology society. I'm also happy to share that I organized some state level PG teaching programs for glaucoma. And as an assistant professor at my workplace, Savai Mansingh Medical College SMS, I felt that my interactions with residents have improved tremendously while supporting them in their learning journey. And they have so much to learn in practical interactions, surgeries, and theory. And I think with my little bit of encouragement, if some things can be improved slowly, it would be a huge step for one person's life, at least. If I can make a difference in at least one resident's life, but I'm trying to make in all of them. Let's see. And while overseeing the undergraduate teaching of ophthalmology from SMSI department side, so I'm trying to make some consistent efforts for improving ophthalmology teaching of MBBS students. Why? Because they develop so that they are able to develop a keener interest in ophthalmology and better that I am a work in progress, and leadership development program by AIOS has helped me work on my weaknesses and bank on my strengths more confidently. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to the great efforts by Natrajan sir, Partha sir, and the entire AIOS LDP team.
Thank you, Sonal. Next, Devin Prabhakar.
Yes, sir. So I've been asked to speak about LDP in 2 minutes, but LDP has trained me so well that I can complete it in the scheduled time. So basic message I got from LDP is close my eyes, take a break, think about what I am doing now, what I want to do in the future. Meditate for some time, open your eyes, and you see around you great legends like Natarajan sir, Partha sir was with me at that time. And you look at them, learn from them, and then they are there with you during your journey as you transform your life and the life of people around you in this LDP journey. And that in 1 minute is what LDP taught me. And it is said that you become like the people you deal with, you interact with. With LDP, with the WhatsApp group that we have now with all these legends, all these great people, we have a role model on what we want to be. And the last point is that in this COVID time, when these mentors are there just across your laptop, it is really a boon. Like I was fortunate to interact with these great leaders, but now everybody through this YouTube, through WhatsApp, through Facebook Live, get to interact with people like Natarajan sir, like Narmada madam, like all the great leaders. And it's actually, I think this is the silver lining in the COVID, that a lot of young ophthalmologists, a lot of people get great mentors like Natarajan sir in this time. And thank you, sir, on behalf of all of us for the great leadership and the lessons you have taught us. Thank you.
And everybody should follow Devin in Facebook. He really, his posts I enjoy. Thank you, Devin. And next is Atik Sheikh, whom I know from his school days, I think.
I would like to first thank Natarajan sir for this wonderful opportunity, and special thanks to our team which handled our session, Satyajit sir and Partha sir, for doing a wonderful program for us. All of us used to believe in the phrase leaders are born, but Wellington Business Institute, Pegasus and LP taught us actually leaders are trained and not born. And a few significant things that happened and the important people whom I met was, one was Mr. Shivanandam. In general, doctors are a little scared. We feel scared if a patient comes with a stick or somebody pelts a stone. And he gave a talk on taking risks and gave us a gift, one of his books on 7 secrets, Chanakya's 7 secrets. It was a really life-changing experience listening to the risks that he had taken in his life, and was a really amazing session. I really hope and pray that all of us get an opportunity to listen to him more and feel more gutsy. In fact, at this time when all of us are scared of COVID, he's one person who's literally not scared of anything. He feels you can determine your destiny. And another insignificant thing which I learned was the term me is wrong and the term we is important. This is one more significant thing that LDP taught us. And age is just a number. To be a leader, age really doesn't matter. In fact, a couple of years back, when I was proposed to be chairman scientific committee for TNOA's state conference, I was a little scared, in fact, to be very frank. But then the training which LDP gave, I strongly was able to take it up. And the minute I accepted, 2 days later, I got a call from Natarajan sir and said, Atik, I want a session on LDP. I said, yes, sir, we'll give a 3-hour session. He said, no, nothing doing. I want 3 days, one full hall exclusively for LDP. As Satyajit sir said, that is his love for LDP. Sir, I commit that the 3 full days with one hall is exclusively for LDP. And one more important thing I will really want is, I hope and pray that this session is actually included in MS and ENB curriculum, and our leaders are groomed from the beginning and not in between their career, because this is something that's really very, very important, should be groomed at a young age. I really like to heartfelt thanks to this wonderful team which has organized this session. Thank you, sir.
And I hope Sonal is very good in recording, in the sense in writing, so that she can make notes for AOS. And I request Sashian also to assist me. Thank you, Atik. I think, as Satyajit said, all of us have to be a faculty for training even the residents or even the undergraduates. So I went and gave a 3.5 hours talk on how I built my career to the undergraduates of JJ Medical College, and it was a state conference, I think. but I lost my time, and everybody lost their time. But it was wonderful. I think I'm happy to keep talking about that. It's not for boasting. I think I've crossed all that. I want people to pick up lessons, and I'm happy you picked up. You quoted Shivanandan. I loved to have him, but somehow he was he's saying, "Oh, come on, man, too many things," and I'm bored of webinar. He told me. I want to tell this. Yesterday, I told in the American Academy session, because of Shivanandan, I went to Kashmir. He said, "You have guts, you go and operate in Kashmir," he told me. Because I used to operate all over the world. Then I said, "How do I go?" But I went law of attraction. 2 days later, when I was sitting with Satyajit in Patna in a conference, and there was a WhatsApp saying, "We want a vitreoretinal surgeon." And I think it was a session I came in the morning, went to the, but I still remember it. I was sitting with him and Dr. Azhar, and I just wrote, "Yes, I will come." And 2 days I went to Kashmir, no electricity or nothing in the road, curfew, no telephone, no mobile. But I think nothing, I mean, God is great. And you believe, inshallah, I think everything works well. So great. Thanks for remembering Vishwanathan, because I'm with him day in and out, every day, morning, afternoon, night. Sometimes if I don't call him for a few hours, he'll call me, "Are you awake?" So I'm happy. Or sorry, "Are you alive?" He won't say you are awake. He'll ask me, "What happened to you? Are you dead?" He'll ask me. "I'm talking to you, so I'm alive," I tell him. So glad, I think. So next is Geetanjali. Again, she's a firebrand women leader of Maharashtra. Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, Dr. Natarajan. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak here. Thank you, AIOS LDP program. I was the alumni in 2011-12. Today, I'm the president of Pune Ophthalmological Society. And I'm the president in the most difficult times of COVID pandemic. When I took the charge in April 2020, many of them said, "What are you going to do? You can't do anything during lockdown." Friends, in last 4 months, my team has done every innovative activity every week, academic, non-academic PG programs, various video competitions, even yoga, meditation workshops. I post every day my blog about keeping peace of mind and body to all the members, along with the contribution from the members about what they are doing positive right now in lockdown, their community service, all this to keep everybody in a positive state of mind while fighting this COVID war. Everyone is appreciating now. I think the whole credit goes to my LDP training. Most important was the management skills, time management, staff management, finance management. Time management, most important for a woman like me, because I have my private hospital, Pune Ophthalmological Society's work. I was doing translation of AIOS consents. Then my home front without any helping hand, because there are no maids, and my personal health. So everything, this time management was very important. Same is true with staff management. You all know during lockdown, it was very difficult for our hospital staff to motivate them and encourage them to work in this COVID times. They did it. They are doing it for me. And then my POS team. I tried to tap skills of every teammate, and I give them the responsibility. And today I am seeing more and more leaders are developing from my team. This is very good thing to see. That's what really LDP taught me. Most important was the emotional strength and weaknesses of oneself, of myself. Today I've learned my own strong points and weak points, so I can take up any challenges. Somebody said about Pegasus. I attended Pegasus after I completed my LDP. That gave me another strength to accept any challenge in life. Most important, LDP taught me, success is not reaching the goal. Success is the journey, the happiness that you get. You be happy, then the happiness spreads. My name is Geetanjali. I follow Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita says, Karmanyavadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. We have to do our dedicated duty, devotion. Automatically the results will come. So that's what LDP taught me, to look at even Bhagavad Gita with different aspect with management of life. Thank you, LDP. Thank you, Dr. Natarajan, sir. And I pray God today, let everyone remain safe. We all remain together in this COVID war. I'm also coordinator for the COVID task force in Pune, in my area. So let's all pray God so that we can win this battle. Thank you very much, Dr. Natarajan, sir, for including me.
I think always you are inspiring. I keep learning a lot. So next is the young Naina. And her name itself is ophthalmology. Naina?
Yes, sir. I'm there. Thank you so much, Natarajan, sir. Because of the opportunity I'm here as a member of a panel. I would like to say that what I learned was leaders are great, they become great, not because of their power, because of their ability to empower others. The LDP course really refined me and it helped me improve my soft skills. There are multiple things, but I would like to enumerate major 5 things. To start with, first is communication. It really taught me to communicate my vision in a very concise and precise manner. Second thing, I became a listener. I became an avid listener and therefore I improved my patience. I became an empath. Third thing was I learned to delegate work. This improved my efficiency and also the efficacy of my team members. Fourthly, as Gitanjali said, time management. See, time management made me more patient, more organized. I pre-planned things and thereby, by managing time, I became more relaxed, less stressed. So it does help me in stress management. And finally, I would say the most important thing was networking. Networking with people, society. This gave me lots of courage. I contested elections. Now I'm secretary of Staff Research Society. I'm a part of scientific committee. I'm a part of as a zonal member. So I have moved ahead. It has polished me. It has given me lots of courage and confidence to reach a place where I am today. This really helped me after I got promoted. I wish this LDP becomes a part of curriculum of postgraduate programs and fellows. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ARC. Thank you all. Wish you a safe head.
Thank you, Naina. And Naina is actually working in it's a COVID hospital, so she's doing a great job. So the next is Dr. Trapti.
Good afternoon, everyone. LDP has been really inspirational for me. And not only, I was taught that life is not only about work, but it is work-life balance. As we see, am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Am I visible?
Yes, you are visible.
Thank you. So it has taught me that it is all about work-life balance. It leaves me amazed every time I see AIOS heroes and AIOS leaders, how they balance the life and how they achieve all these things like managing family. Because being a woman, for me, managing a family is one thing. Over that, achieving your goals and targets like outshining in your work. And then third, academician is a cherry on cake. So getting all of these things is the balance, and which I call work-life balance. So during LDP sessions, I learned one-on-one from the leaders, and knowing their struggles and their achievements, understanding their thought process has remolded my thought process. So after LDP, I was able to see my goals more clearly. I was more focused. I knew what I want in 1 year, what is my annual goal, where I stand in next 5 years. It has boosted my confidence in various dimensions. For example, I was familiarized with practice management in LDP because while studying, we just know seeing the patient is important, but they taught us that practice management is also essential. For example, taxation, finance, recruitment and retention of staff, marketing, everything is important. And I was able to handle the situations at hospital better, like building rapport with patients, with staff, with colleagues, and learn to say no, because people don't, sometimes people cannot say no. So one thing I learned from the sessions was learn to say no. It has given me courage to ask to the leaders because they are always eager to help, but you need the courage to ask. And it has given me confidence. I'm speaking, and it has given me opportunities to connect to people in India and global with all the ophthalmologists. It has rekindled my love for academics, and I'm more focused to serve the society now, because somehow before LDP I was like, I have to do something every now and then. I'll do some camp, I'll do charity work, but after LDP, like it has channeled through ARC programs. For example, diabetic retinopathy camps they have held, and then another orientation programs were there. And it has taught me to work as a team, as they say, one for all and all for one. Another thing I have found is a new dimension in work-life balance, and I have a purpose to life. Thank you. Thank you, LDP.
Thank you. And I usually, whenever I go meet any LDP, I make it a point that I learned this from Dr. Badrinath. Whichever place he goes, he'll call his fellow. So same thing here. Apart from my fellow, I have Shankaranatila fellows, where I'm the president of alumni. And I also call the LDP alumni wherever I go. So I still remember the first day when I went to Indore, I called Tripti and said that I want to go to a disco. She said, how do we go? But I'm glad she brought her husband and she took me to a disco because I love dancing. And I think one way to remain young is to be with young people and then do whatever the young people are doing. And that's what Stephen, what's his name, Deepak Chopra wrote. If you want to be 18, be like an 18. If you are jumping the wall, you are sitting in the bus stop, do that. So I do that even now, and I am remain the same 18. So now we have the final, we have Vaishali. I know she is the last, but not the least. And I think Vaishali, you.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. I know that I'm the last one, probably, I don't know, not the best, but really what LDP has given me and to sum it up in 2 minutes is really challenging. I would divide it into two parts. First thing is like what LDP gave me personally. In the first thing at Wellinger, they told us that about, I remember Natarajan sir told us about the goals. So it was quite late in my life that I joined LDP, and that too thanks to my dearest friend, Dr. Naina Poddar, who insisted me that I join LDP, and I insisted Natarajan sir and Partha Vishwas sir and our MOS president, Dr. Gopal Arora, who gave me the opportunity. So it was really, I was a little, I was not sure whether I should be doing LDP. But then it told me about the goals. It told me how to become a good leader. I was already compassionate about my patients, but then LDP told me that how I should be more compassionate to my fellow colleagues and for my students. Now there is a talk about PG LDP in PG students. So at my level, I try to bring about the compassion and teach some leadership qualities as a PG teacher also. And again, I have learned that a leader is not to be a boss. A leader is supposed to be a leader. So those are the things personally which I have learned and gained. So today, like Gitanjali is POS president, I am Aurangabad Ophthalmological Association's president, and I hope to upgrade myself to right now I am a member scientific committee in the state thing, and it has given me newer goals. Coming to LDP, like just now in the morning, Dr. Aga Hussain has said that team building is about forming, storming, norming, and performing. So similarly, I would like to do the 4 things that Indore group we were forming, in Wellinkers we were storming, but Pegasus was wonderful experience. It's a life learning experience I will never forget, and the bond which we have between our LDP batchmates, it's just superb. Norming, so and performing, yes, LDP, I performed very well at the Gurugram conference, and I was a prize winner for my presentation. So LDP has really given me a lifelong set of beautiful friends, and that can't be put in words. The bond we share, I'm sure Trapti will vouch for it, because the bond we share in the 19 batch people, it is beyond age, beyond friendship. We have Nishant, we have so many good friends amongst, of course, Kirti is there. So really, I am indebted to LDP, and I really hope that I spread the message of LDP as a teacher, as an ophthalmologist. And just a last closing remark, Natarajan sir, especially for you, that I was a trained Bharatanatyam dancer, but thanks to your Wellinger session, you taught us the Western aspect. So again, in yesterday's session, someone told us that dance your way through life, and I truly agree. I love dancing, and I share this passion with Natarajan sir. So really, dancing is a great stress reliever, and it's wonderful being a LDP ex-batchmate. And thank you so much, Natarajan sir, for giving me this opportunity. I hope I have not crossed my 2 minutes.
No, thank you so much. But we have another Bharatanatyam dancer, is Ashiana. So I'm happy. And then not only, she was just telling me that that how come in India people are not doing Bharatanatyam. I want to tell that time I couldn't tell her that I'm happy you are there. And Dr. Vardhaman, who's the secretary of our Maharashtra Ophthalmic Society, his mother, Sudha Kankaria, has done a 24-hour non-stop Bharatanatyam and is in the Guinness record.
Yes.
So I think we have a lot of
He's an
people.
inspiration.
And I think it's great. So I spoke about yesterday Dancing with Danger, because that's what Kung Fu Panda movie says. So I think but nothing is danger. This is what I've seen Dalai Lama doing. And I always, people ask me when I went to Kashmir. So I think I've seen the Second World War movies where the doctors and the nurses go with that Red Cross with an ambulance thing, or the landing in the plane or the helicopter and taking the patient and coming. Bombings are going on, and then similar thing was in the Kashmir. So I think fear have removed. So as you said, you enjoy 2019 LDP family. Can you imagine? I have LDP family from America, from Europe, from APAO, now from Africa, and from global, from India, from every year. I'm glad my family is increasing day, and I think I'm happy that I learned from Jeff Tabin and Ashiana that they are working on global ophthalmology. And even though I did a global world leader, I didn't remember that there are people who are written in their CV, they are working on global ophthalmology, which I didn't know. I'm working, but I didn't know that. And my dream is to serve India, Africa, and South America. And I'm sure I'll do that, because I'm already in a webinar with the entire South America. Every week I'm with some country like Chile, Guatemala, Brazil, and Colombia. And I'm enjoying that. And I think they speak in Spanish, and I speak in English, and Brazil in Portuguese, and I learned thank you in every language.
I
So
would like
great to be here, and I want yes. Yeah, you are going to be the madam. You are going to be the final. So I want to really congratulate and thanks for the patience. Even though it was actually, I wish I would have what is that called APO also in this. But I wrote to Dr. Ningli Wang and Dr. Clement Tam, but somehow they were busy and they didn't give me the APO banner. But without the banner, Dr. Awa Hussain is there from yesterday. She quoted Didi's lecture, and she quoted the meditation. So that means she's there from yesterday 6 o'clock. Now it's already 1:24. So you can imagine she's a real true leader, and without any title. And I think Robin Sharma has written a book, Lead Without Title. Why do you want a position? Why do you want to be secretary? Why do you want to be vice president of a company? Why can't you just be, as Ashiana said, a servant? And I use this word in the hospital. I am a servant of God. And
this is the real quality of a great leader. You are really great leader, as because every body in their personal reflection has introduced you in such a way that you deserve it. You are really a great leader. I'm really so delighted to hear all the rising star. Dr. Dibakant, Dr. Satyajit, Dr. Devin, Dr. Tripti, Dr. Kirti, Dr. Athik, and Ashiana is always with you all the time, the Nayana, and the Gitanjali, what she said during the lockdown period, their team is such a dieharded and so innovative, creative, that they did a lot of things. I can't imagine. It is really. Please, I would like to say just one word to all of them, as because I am viewing all the faces, beautiful faces, both son and daughter. I can claim you like that, as because my son is also like your age. So that is the main thing, is that please come to the APO Leadership Development Program. You are the best person. You are the best person. Please, every year there is the Leadership Development Program. As India is a vast country, we will try our best to accommodate how much I can't know, as because I will take the charge in 2021. Professor Natarajan is always with me, and other Professor Rajvardhan Azad, Professor Ashok Grover, they're all very good friend of mine, and I am very much inspired the whole day how he's talking. Professor Natarajan is my best friend, my best, one of my brother. I have 7 brothers, and I am the only daughter of my parents. So I can make.
No. Somebody.
So I'm so delighted. I'm so happy. But I have that heartbreaking news story from Kanchan and another
Priyanka.
Priyanka, right? That I will tell later on. So just I would like to congratulate you with whole my heart and soul that you become very, very great and you take your society a very greater height, more than us, more than Professor Natarajan. Then he will be glad that yes, all my students are beyond me. So beyond border is the ophthalmology this session. And I thanks to Professor Natarajan for setting this session, this international leadership development program. You have brightly set the session in such a way, communication to the patient and to the doctor. That is also an excellent. I have tried several times to talk, but everybody is talking so nicely that I'm thinking I will hear. I will not speak. I will hear and I will learn from you. You are our teacher now. You know much more better than us. So with these few words, please, Professor Natarajan, don't mind.
Sure. No,
taking
madam. I'm very happy. Actually, I wanted you to give because my call was not that I wanted to tell you, but I'm seeing you very patiently listening. And that's a really great quality because that's what we learned in Bellinger. Even I learned because many times that listening is a problem. But I think you've done a great job, madam. And you have set an example for me and all of us how to be a listener because leader has to be a listener. That's why in our Hindu mythology, our Ganpati has 2 big ears and a small mouth. Want to eat little, speak little, and listen double. So I think that's what you conveyed today. And I think that I'm happy, madam, because you are an APO leader. That means you are one of the supranational society and in the world leader. I think we have to take the leadership from this part of the world to the rest of the world. And thank you. And I'm very happy you found a very fantastic word saying that Ashana is with me all the time. Yes. I think I would have been without 2 hands without her because I suddenly become helpless if she doesn't pick up my phone. 2 days back, she said, I don't know what is the reason. I didn't ask her. I was not inquisitive, but she said, I can't talk to you because I'm busy with whatever webinar she said. But she didn't. I was wondering how come she doesn't even have time to talk to me 2 minutes. But I was patient because I'm learning patience in this COVID. If something doesn't work, I wait. And usually I'm not like that. I'm like a firebrand, even when I joined Bombay Hospital, they used to tell me, oh, how come you're jumping like a mustard in the oil? I said, why did you bring young blood? But now I learned that jumping alone is not the young blood, but I think you have to learn, listen, and then not react, respond. This is what yesterday we learned. And I'm glad, madam. I'm glad because many people don't have patience. Like even I'm not telling that not only patient, they have other commitments like our own AOS leaders, ICO leaders, AO leaders, everybody came and went. But you are there from beginning and Ashiana is there not only yesterday, but she's there from the time this idea I gave her and she made it like a bud into a flower, into a fruit, into a tree now. And I'm glad next year I'm going to see she will do and I'll be behind. Correct? Now, Vaishali wants to say something. Yes, Vaishali. Vaishali, you want to say something?
Yes, I just please, I forgot to tell you about Dr. D. Shivanandan, sir. Please convey our gratitude because his teachings are always forever in our mind. So that point I missed. So I just wanted to convey that. Only that.
So he daily questions me because he's 70 and I'm going to be like whatever, I'm 18. So he keeps questioning me. So 2 days back, I told him he actually invited me for dinner yesterday and breakfast today. He said, I'm fed up. I said, I'm calling all friends. So he told me, oh, you're a busy man. You're a big faculty. He said, I said, no, I didn't say anything. But anyway, I definitely convey him. And maybe his number, he may not invite him, because I didn't invite him. Because anyway, yes, Sagita, you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to say to Eva, madam, we have met Sagita for the conference. We have a nice time together. Yes, and we have a lot of pictures together, and everyone from Pune Ophthalmological Society knows you. And we invite you, and I also tell Dr. Natarajan sir, anytime do LDP session for Pune Ophthalmological Society. We are open, and now my whole team is almost the leaders, so they can do a wonderful job.
So what I'm
Bad
thinking
memories of
is we should do online.
Yes,
Pune,
online.
Aurangabad, and I told Naina to do for Maharashtra, and whoever has taken, I think they can do. I mean, everywhere, wherever possible, I will join. But I'm very happy. And another thing I wanted to compliment Dr. Awa Hussain is she dresses well like a South Indian lady. And I'm partial to South India because my mother is South Indian. And now the new incoming vice president is Kamala, and my mother's name is Kamala. I'm partial. So I'm glad. So I want the final word from Ashiana to close the session. And you can see here, we are, I think, 8 or 9 women with only 3 men here. So Ashiana, you have to tell the final things and close it. And I don't know whether you didn't undergo leadership program, but I think you are a leader already because of your association with Dadaji.
I am just a student on this earth. I'm just learning, and all of you have taught me so much.
Ashana, only 1 second. Lakshmi has privately typed, you are 18, I am 16. So I want her to come on the screen, and I want everybody to clap for her because she did all the hard work. Lakshmi, Namrata has come back. Namrata? Lakshmi, can you come on the screen? So Dr. Awa Hussain has to see you. You are 16. So I hope you are in the frock.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Oh, so now I think again, Divakant and Devin and Atik, we are again, they are all overpowering us. Namrata, everybody was appreciating you and behind you. So now in front of you, I think we will appreciate you. Anyway, Akshan is giving her comments, and after that, we'll have your comments as the Dr. Actually, Namrata, I just told you are as an AOS leader, you are busy with the other webinars. So Dr. Awa Hussain is amazingly right from 6 o'clock yesterday, or rather 5:30 till now she's there, and she has listened to everybody's talk. She has commented, and she gave a wonderful summary of all the sessions from yesterday to today now. And I think all the LDP were appreciating the AOS, and thanks to you, you are the torchbearer of AOS now. So Ashiana is giving her words, and then finally we close with your word. And I just told my mother's name is Kamala, and there's going to be a Kamala in the White House shortly. And we complimented Dr. Awa Hussain for always wearing sari elegantly. I think most well-dressed in sari is our APO president to be. Yes, Ashiana. So
I think everybody has said it all. The greatness that is Dr. Natarajan can only be downfalled with words. You know, Devi Krishna Kumari in the keynote address taught us that a good leader is one that in bad times takes the blame, and in good times when things go well, gives the credit to others. Who better to embody that than Dr. Natarajan, who has put together this fantastic 8-hour across 6 different continents, bringing together the world's leaders to teach us. And so a big thanks to Dr. Natarajan, to the ICO team, to the AIOS team for really, really teaching us what it means to be a leader. We are all working on ourselves. And so when we have these great people before us to teach us and to be role models for us, we can't be more grateful for that blessing. So Dr. Natarajan and fellow leaders, thank you. Thank you for teaching so much.
Now you are the final person to, and I want to thank especially Namrata. I wrote publicly in the group also, and without Namrata's support, I couldn't have moved. And I think I'm glad it became an international event of ICO. Thanks to Professor Neeru Gupta, the president, interim president of ICO, Evo Kocher of the CEO of ICO, the officers of ICO, and the board of ICO, where I'm a part of the trustee. And I'm glad I got a lot of mails saying that as a board member, you've done a lot. And I'm happy as a AOS governing council, as a past president, I'm happy that Namrata has given me work. So I don't feel like I'm retired. I'm feeling I'm happy to be active, and whatever work Namrata gives. And I remember whenever the past presidency, when they tell me, if you have any work, give me, I used to wonder why they talk like that. So I have the same feeling today. So as a past president, I'm glad Namrata has given me a lot of work. Thank you, Namrata. Now you are the final speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Natarajan, for making this happen. Only you could do it with your, connections, your network, your friendship with the International Council of Ophthalmology, American Academy of Ophthalmology. And for us, it was an opportunity, if I can say so. I mean, we just took it as an opportunity because on a virtual platform, getting so many people together from so many countries, making a program, getting all of them, on various time zones, it's not easy. And I know personally that you really worked hard for almost a month for this. So this had to happen, and I'm glad it has happened. And I'm happy that so many young ophthalmologists are on board. And I think LDP program is doing great. I mean, it's going great guns. I remember my time when we were probably their age, but with due regards to our seniors, we never got so much of exposure or so much of credit or so much of training. We didn't even know what to do. So for me, yesterday and today has also been a great learning experience. We've learned from all the people who came and who gave their lectures about things which are not related to ophthalmology. So that's one big thing, at least for me, because I hardly venture into non-ophthalmic fields and non-ophthalmic areas. So I'm glad that everybody is here, and thank you, Dr. Natarajan. And particularly, we would like to thank Dr. Aba Hussain, who is actually an inspiration for all of us as females, because we are more than you here now today. And she's a role model for all of us, and always very encouraging, right from almost, I know her now for almost 10-15 years, and I know that she's been very encouraging right from the very beginning. And that really inspires you to do things. So thank you, Dr. Natarajan. Continue to do your good work. And there are so many other things which we are looking forward to that you will do. And you've always been very, very appreciative of and very encouraging to the young ophthalmologists. I mean, that is something which all of us here would agree. And thank you for being with them. And thank you, all of you, for being here.
Thank you. And Dr. Aba Hussain, madam, we hope we will do the 2024 APO in India.
Oh, sure. I always give my vote in favor of India. Last time also, but all on a sudden China has taken that is other policy. So we are always Bangladesh in favor of India, always. And I can still remember the Hyderabad, that is 2013.
Yes.
The great and Indian Honorable President Pranab Mukherjee was there. So it was so nice ceremonial inaugural session that I didn't see any time in APO that highest of the country is in the inaugural session as the chief guest. So I have done so many for the last 25 years. I am with APO, but I didn't see this. What you have shown in Hyderabad, that was an excellent one. And of course, you will have 2004 in
24.
2024, yes.
And madam,
right.
next year also we'll get the president of Malaysia for you. So
next year, Malaysia, I am taking the charge. So,
I know. So
Professor Namrita,
we'll try to get the president of Malaysia. Madam, we'll get the president and prime minister of Malaysia. there is a lot of strong Tamil hold in Russia.
And my first, I don't know what will happen, how they will make us in 2022 in Melbourne. That was my first Congress in Melbourne, along with WOC. And that is very exciting for me, as because I'm the president of APO at that time. So along with WOC, so that will be a great Congress. So I will request all of you, if not possible in 2021, but you should join in 2022. At that time, I think we will be in a favorable situation. Vaccine will come and we all are rather safe. I always pray to God for all the people of whole world every day. I don't know when we will be free from this situation, this difficult situation. Keeping in the house, doing everything in a virtual way is not the way, is not the solution. As because our student, I am always thinking our patient, our student, and our people, as because they could not, actual training is not going on. That day, Professor Namrata has shown us, we Bangladesh, from Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, everybody, they have done their best, but it is not the complete way, as because of COVID difficult situation. So let's try to have all this, may we overcome all this situation in near future as early as possible.
Yeah, Madam,
so thank you so much, Dr. Rajan, for inviting me to be with you with 2 days. And I have told in my eyes to all of you, all on a sudden my internet just out of way, and I have tried, and ultimately I get in, but within that schedule, Ashiana, I'm just hearing the Ashiana's brief profile. So I'm fine, I am very happy, but except some slide, I missed that thing. Otherwise, I can complete my team building. I don't know whether you can hear it properly or not.
Yeah, no, we heard it very well, madam. So,
okay.
Even Dr.
So after that, I have missed some portion, I think, but otherwise, I am all along with you. And this is an excellent, this is a so nice session that is from yesterday and up to today till it is in my country it is about 2 p.m. So I think that this is the tallest and biggest and webinar 2 days continuously. And I can give example to everywhere that Professor Natarajan, Professor Namrata, ICO, along with AIOS and this rising sun, all are the rising sun, as because everybody are so young. They are not just like daughter, but more than that. So I'm telling about daughter as because I am very fond of girl. Don't please don't mind. The male are also very much affectionate to me, as because I am fighting in my country for a long time to take all the girls in my place that do ophthalmology. Ophthalmology is the best subject for the girls, for the women, and you can maintain your one who has told Trapati or somebody else that it is a work-life balance. That is absolutely correct. We have to do so many work which you are not doing. You are doing the largest thing, but a woman is doing home, all home. This is nowadays you can realize that keeping in home how much we are doing for the home and what we are doing for the workplace. And beside that, this sort of international congress, seminar, symposium, all the girls are attending. They are coming up more than the male. They are coming up in such a way. So it is very difficult for a women to combat everything. And at the time of during their career building, that is the time also for parenting and to see the family, to take care of the child, to take care of the husband, everything. So this is, you have mentioned women in ophthalmology from yesterday onwards, as because I know that you have a very fellow feeling to the Women Ophthalmology Society. And last time I have also seen that everybody appreciate you, everybody respect you, everybody has much more concentration on you, as because you are a great leader, you are teaching the LDP program. You have introduced it in 2008, and Namrata is our next leader. I think after me, another woman will come and she will be Namrata Sharma. I'm telling this, you just see, this is time being, this is the time.
Everybody is
So,
putting thumbs for Namrata.
thank you so much. Thank you all
Yes.
for patience hearing.
I think that's why yesterday, sometime back when your current point I was saying, like my friend is related to Kamala Harris. And then they said, till now, they are not, America was not progressive. Yesterday I told in the meeting. And I think because now they have a female candidate, now America is progressive. And today morning, Jeff agreed to that. He says, I don't know, in spite of the one candidate, whether we can call it America as progressive, we don't know. But I think I mean, India always, we always call Ma Tujhe Salam. That even for India, we call her only Ma Tujhe Salam. So I think yesterday was our Independence Day. So I think we salute Mother. And I think I want to tell Madam, Bill Gates mentioned COVID has affected everybody, whether it's a doctor, student, and industry, finance. So I think it's a test for all of us. And I think I'm glad I think COVID affected. That's why China could not do the APAO, and India will do in 2024. And it's karma. Thank you all. And I think thanks a lot, and salute to all of you. So I'm happy.
At the screen, it is well known fact that India has already progressed. Looking at the screen.
Yes, yes. No, definitely. No. Ashiana, I think I wanted to quote Ashiana. Ashiana was telling why we are not proud of our own Indian. So I think today she should be happy that we are Indian, we are proud. And second, I mean, I know definitely Jeff Tebben and Erin, everybody has achieved a lot. And I think Ashiana has achieved a lot. Namrata has achieved a lot. I mean, can you believe she's competing? She's got 450 peer Republican. Not easy. I have only 199. I don't know, half of her. And I even lost Colonel Rangachari with her. But I think no harm losing with Namrata.
I remember we both competed in Colonel Rangachari when I was a postgraduate student in 1994 at Jaipur conference.
Yes. So good. So I'm happy. Like I'm working in AOS from 84, but it's glad. But I think I mean, yesterday Mike said he's 77, and in the biodata first line is retired ophthalmologist, but he's still active. He's a founder of Women in Ophthalmology in the US, young ophthalmologist, LDP, everything. I mean, it's glad. I mean, I think we have to learn a lot. Many times I remember, why do you want to copy America? I think we have to copy America for good things. We don't have to copy for what do you call the colas and McDonald's. But I think Arvind has been compared to McDonald's for the costing. And if you, I don't know how many of you are saying, I'm spending my time listening to the Pepsi Cola. What's her name?
Indira
Nui. So amazing. She's from a few kilometers from my home in Chennai, in Madras. Her mother lives in T Nagar. Amazing. I mean, when she became, I think you should listen to her TED Talk. I mean, she's a great leader. And she's in the board. She's in so many things now. I mean, I think if you have seen now, most of the CEOs of America are Indians, including Adobe and Pfizer now, and many things. So, great. So I hope to see all leaders. Satish is wondering why I'm appreciating female. Say, Pooja is not to be seen there. Say, thanks to your dad. So everything, I hope the dad sees all this because he put the seed. What, Namrata? We had a special OBSC meeting in AIMS when Dr. Azad was there. And Dr. Tiwari was the chief of RP Center, and he was, I think, secretary, and Ajit Sinha sir was the president. And they all had a special meeting, and I remember still, why do you want to waste all our time and ask for a meeting to recommend you? And that also was an urgent meeting, but I remember May 14th was last date. May 12th, we had a meeting to propose my name. Oh. And then the condition was I had to go to US 4 times. And I can't go, so I went. Thank you. Thanks for that. But I'm happy. It happened, and I learned a lot. And I'm happy so many people are enjoying it. And that's the beauty of LDP. And we have we had all my mentors from LDP AO, including Gail Schmidt, who's like Lakshmi, and it was great. So I think I'm learning from Sonal. I think when I work with Sonal, even Devakant. And Devakant writes to academy, they'll write back to ask me how's the OC in India. Same thing. Everywhere he writes, they come back. But I'm happy to recommend. I'm glad same thing I did in All India also, even though I was blamed for something. Why are you supporting OC? But good, I'm happy we are supporting you. Because I think you're doing great, and everybody see was great. As not only having it as a slide, but I read it. I'm sure it is there in the history, and it's going to be. I hope every student, as Satyajit said, Namrata, when you are not there, Satyajit is suggesting why not you take the initiative of doing leadership program for even residents and undergraduates, and why not AOS take it up and give it to all the young girls, I should say. I'm happy to have all of them as friends, no. So they can take it up and do that. Like Dr. Naina is a professor in LTMG, so they can do leadership program for the medical care. I don't know, Naina. Recently, the undergraduates approached me from Sion Hospital. I think because of COVID, the meeting was postponed. So I gave a motivational talk to JJ and to Sion. I'm happy they came to me. They interviewed me on AI in ophthalmology. Great. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And I'm surprised nobody wants to go from yesterday to now. That's really.
Thanks, Dr. Ashiana.
Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Kanchil is still there, Ashiana. Raman,
Yes, thank
big
you.
salute to you, Raman, Rahul, and Entod, Nikhil Masurkar, Kishore Masurkar, and Lakshmi, definitely. Lakshmi has written, I have to go, so she is gone. But anyhow, it's recorded. Thank you all. And Namrata, do you know Kirti? Namrata?
Yeah.
Do you know Kirti Jain?
Yeah, I know Kirti very well.
Okay, very good. But I mean,
I know all of them very well.
No, she is recommending you and me to do a course in landmark.
Okay.
So you have to find out what is landmark.
Okay. All
Good.
right.
Thank you all. Really great. Thank you, Atik. Thank you,
Very
David.
much.
Thank you, Ashiana. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe Ashiana can wait for a minute. No? Raman.